Welcome to the whoop-de-wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words
Whoop-de-wop
to remind everybody
is
Oh
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people
Whoop-de-wop.
shit.
is a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de-wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know
Yo,
who's your
hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana
Yo,
thing.
yo, you got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know
We're
what
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay.
Yo,
got
we
something to
can
do with me.
throw some cool
And
whoop-de-wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I do know at one
Comes
point
though, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
clan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
it's something that not many people are really talking enough about is that conservatives can be stupid too. Conservatives can be idiots too. And why am I so bent out of shape, and why am I making this video today? Well, it's because you know me. I like to voice my opinion about certain things, particularly when I see published stupidity. We've got to do better than this. I'm thinking right now of an article published today on the American Thinker website. Now, I've mentioned the American Thinker to you before because it used to be that this publication was important to me. I was very much interested in some of these authors back in the day when I was just setting down some political roots. Because we lost the Drudge Report years ago. Matt Drudge went down a rabbit hole, and we lost that, and we lost Rush Limbaugh. And God knows I don't trust the Daily Wire. So what do you have? Well, sometimes I like to check in with the American Thinker, but sometimes I read the National Review. It's somewhat disappointing. We don't have a lot of honest discussion and debate among conservative circles. And so I'm going to talk to you about an article in just a minute, but I wanted to point your attention to our Substack. And I love writing far more than I do talking and making videos. And today I published a piece on the Pipe Cottage Journal, which is over on Substack, entitled "What Conservatives Are Supposed to Conserve." And I want you to read that. So in light of what I'm about to talk about, I would encourage you to go and read that piece because it's free. Some of the older stuff, you do have to have a subscription to access that. But that article is free. If you want to go read it. And so I would encourage you to do it. Now, this article from the American Thinker is entitled, "Is It Insurrection Season Again?" Written by Kevin Finn. I do not know who Kevin Finn is. But what's interesting about this article is that it demonstrates the stupidity and the extreme superficiality of the MAGA branch of the conservative movement. So I'm going to read a little bit of this to you, and you can look at it yourself. Go to the American Thinker, americanthinker.com. Is it insurrection season again? You can find the article. Today is November 8th. It's fresh. So let's go through this and kind of wrestle with a couple of these ideas. So he's interested in Antifa and the left-wing groups fighting against ICE agents and so forth, Border Patrol, federal law. And so I quote, "These assaults not only undermine the rule of law, but erode public trust in institutions designed to protect national sovereignty and order. Crime is surging unchecked in Democrat run cities. The anarchy invites chaos, emboldens criminals, and signals to Americans that obeying the law, especially federal law, is optional. This is a dangerous precedent that echoes the defiant spirit of pre Civil War secessionists. So here we go again. Here we go again with these highly historically ignorant so-called conservatives who are the online pundits, the online voices, and this is just one of many examples, who are bringing up the Democrat Party in comparison to the Confederacy. Victor Davis Hanson won't stop doing it. Victor Davis Hanson is a very, very poor historian.
We absolutely agree on that part. Victor Davis Hanson was trained as a classicist, and I'm not even sure he's good at that, but he does have a PhD in it. Victor Davis, what? Now, you would think a classicist would actually be a decent historian, ancient history. I mean, that is a branch of history. But all these fucking Hoover Institute types, Victor Davis Hanson, Thomas Sowell, they're all out of their depth. I have never understood why they're even considered academics. They're more like quacks. And this guy's a bit of a quack too, but at least he's a Southern quack. If you're raised in the South, you're used to eccentrics. You just, you just, in a way, they kind of make life interesting. And this dude is an eccentric.
Necessary to say that these people who are defying ICE agents and Border Patrol are comparable to those who created the Southern Confederacy. I don't understand why that comparison is why are you making that comparison, and why do you think it's helpful? Because
well, the reason they make the comparison is Americans aren't very good. They don't get good high school educations, and the Confederacy. Wait, are you talking? Or is that background noise?
All right, I'm here. Go ahead.
Americans don't have other historical, I don't know, bookmarks. The Confederacy is about as good a comparison as they can make. Now, he's upset that the comparison's being made for a different reason than I am. I think the Confederacy was a bunch of traitors. I think that Alan Harrelson is gonna not like the comparison because he thinks the Confederacy was God's gift to America. So we're two different reasons for disagreeing, but we both agree that Victor Davis Hanson is just a bonehead.
But don't you think that Joe McCarthy was right about certain things, like communists in America? I think he was.
My mother used to say that the bad outweighs the good. And if you're so horrible that it outshines the good stuff you do, if people have to like parse through the bad stuff to get to the good stuff that you've done, then why bother?
But you're saying, I'm not saying Joe McCarthy was good. I'm saying there were communists in America trying to undermine the country.
There are communists in America trying to undermine the country. There have been Southerners, Confederates who were trying to undermine the country. There are MAGA people who are trying to undermine the country. There's always somebody. There's always somebody trying to undermine the country. I guess my response to that is sure there were communists trying to undermine the country, but that's par for the course.
But a lot of the school system was infiltrated by communists, and that's why you largely believe a lot of the liberal stuff you do.
Okay, well, there a lot of the school system is infiltrated by Turning Point USA, which I think is just as negative an influence as the commies.
I mean, come on, man. Like you tell me
Oh, no.
college.
Whoa. I'm not kidding. I'm not even being hyperbolic. I think MAGA is literally a cancer.
You don't think that the radical left, right? And I'm talking,
I don't think the
not
radical left. I don't think the radical left is any worse than the radical right.
well, Fetterman just wrote a book that said the radical left is
Who gives
more
a fuck?
lunatic than right.
Fetterman is off his rocker. I'm not reading anything he's written. I'm not
I
interested.
don't, he's a lot more competent than Marjorie Taylor Greene, who you referenced the other day, for sure.
Hey, Marjorie Taylor Greene may be many things. I don't think, if anything, Fetterman might be less toxic than she is, but that's comparing apples to oranges. They're both fruits.
I mean, you know
And
why?
no, I don't think the radical left. I don't think the radical left is any worse than the radical right.
Did you hear what he said?
I'm a big believer in horseshoe politics.
But you heard what he said about his own voting, right? He said that there's people that are starving from SNAP benefits, and that's why he went and voted with the Republicans.
You mean that you don't think there were people starving or coming up short or hungry because of lack of SNAP benefits? You think that was all a lie? You think, like Trump, that it's a hoax?
What, the SNAP? No. What I'm saying is Fetterman is now being beat up by his own party, right, for voting to restore SNAP benefits, which is really what he did, right? He opened the government. He restored SNAP benefits.
And what's wrong with that exactly?
You think he's crazier? No, I agree with him. They never should have shut the government down. That's how crazy these liberals are. The Democrats, they're nuts. They shut the government down.
You know what? I really am not in, a mood to discuss your weird partisan politics. If Fetterman's side, and he wasn't the only one, there's 7 others, I think, who
very few though.
I mean, it's arguable whether I personally think they did the right thing because it allowed it allowed the Epstein stuff to surface. It also is going
Jesus, really?
Also in a month or so, there's gonna have to be a vote on the ACA tax stuff. And Republicans are going to have to, show their cards. And many Republicans do not want to deal with the ACA issue because they live in districts like, say, in rural Kentucky, where people depend on those tax subsidies. And the other thing, the Democrats, this is just a continuing resolution. If the Democrats aren't pleased, they get another chance in January. So
the crazy part of it is
it's a temporary setback. Maybe you could make the argument that there was capitulation, but the Democrats just won big a couple Tuesdays ago. So things are Ryan, let me finish my statement, please.
Okay. It's been a long statement.
They had a big Tuesday. So, that sent a message, especially if you look at the Virginia, the specifics about the counties in Virginia, they all shifted blue. It wasn't like a hodgepodge. They all shifted blue. So that is a harbinger or potential harbinger. And
which one is it?
And the Democrats also get to say, look, you got the largest federal trade union basically saying, hey, Democrats, you're going to lose us if you keep this up, essentially. And you do have the credible argument that, hey, SNAP recipients, potentially their potential kids going hungry. It's not a bad capitulation. They capitulated, but sometimes the strategic retreat, you'll lose the battle, but you'll win the war. And
Look, my point
that's
is
where we stand.
larger. They should have capitulated a month ago.
Who gives a fuck what you think, Ryan?
They should have. They should have capitulated a month ago.
Wait, hold it. Who gives a fuck what you think?
I'm just telling you, that's reality.
Oh no, the
Fetterman's
reality is
right.
no, Ryan. Let me help
Yes,
you with
yes,
the
yes.
reality. The reality is they didn't. They should have, in your opinion. The reality is that they didn't, and they're fine. The Democrats are gonna, dude. The Democrats have suffered nothing by capitulating.
According to the news,
the little 1 or 2 weeks where people are just gonna go for shame, dude. In 2 weeks, we'll be on to something else.
Here's the problem with your idea, okay? And I don't disagree.
I don't have an idea. I just described the reality.
Okay. I
don't need an idea. The reality is speaking for me.
Can I just say what I'm trying to say, though? Like, you're not letting me even finish what I'm saying.
You know what? Why are you even here? You're just literally,
what do you mean, why am I here?
Literally trying to be the sand. You're trying to be the sand in the gears that are already turning despite the sand.
Why are you not?
Now I can't hear you.
Hey, don't be.
You're breaking up.
Hold on. This fucking up.
No, I'm here. Are you there?
Yeah, even your phone doesn't want to hear you.
Hey, are you scared of me saying things because it'll ruin the propaganda hour? Are you scared of that?
No.
Yes, you are. That's why you keep
people don't understand how I work. You know, if you start spouting stuff that is obviously untrue, I don't owe you the privilege
what's untrue?
of continuing. I don't owe anyone the privilege of continuing to spew nonsense.
I'm only asking that you don't reverse yourself on stuff, okay?
Why would I reverse myself?
Often you reverse yourself. Like right now, you're touting Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I rarely reverse myself because you're
touting Marjorie Taylor Greene. But look, you and I agree on Fetterman's vote, right? He voted to open government. That was smart. People like AOC are crying about it.
AOC has nothing to do with Fetterman's vote. She's in the House and he's in the Senate. Why are you? Well,
she's the most public of all Democrats bitching about Fetterman voting with the Republicans.
Well, let me put it to you this way: way our politics works. Last night on this show, I don't know if you were around. We watched the House vote on the bill to open up the government. All the Democrats voted no. The Democrats in the House can vote no without consequence because they don't hold a majority and there's no such thing as a filibuster. Okay, you need to understand the way American politics works, at least in legislative politics, you can have the Senate thinking one way and the House thinking another way. Democrats in the Senate decide to open Democrats in the Senate decide to open up the House or vote for it. That doesn't affect the Democrats in the the ones in the Senate voting yes. It really doesn't affect the Democrats in the House. They all voted no and the government still opened. So the Democrats in the Senate, who are more establishment, got what they wanted.
But you do know I know that, right?
The Democratic Party is not a monolith.
Well, they tried to make it a monolith and wanted Chuck Schumer to make it a monolith, right? In the Senate, Schumer couldn't hold the party together. That's the headline today. Schumer couldn't hold it together.
Okay, well, you got to understand, Schumer's not the leader of the Democratic Party.
And who is?
He's really no one is right now.
Well, the news had AOC talking, And Mondami is one of the main players now, supposedly, even though he's
Mondami is, see, you know, it will always be the MAGA folks complaining about the media and, you know, how the media gets it wrong, yet they're the first ones to depend on the media. The media is getting it wrong about the Democratic Party. Mamdani is a mayor. He's not some national leader of the Democratic Party. AOC is a leader in the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. I would say the liberals, you know, the centrist Democrats, really, if they have a leader, it would be Schumer and what's his name in the House Minority Leader. Can't think of his name right now. And those two really don't have leadership qualities. Schumer's not a leader.
His name is Hakeem Jeffries, number one.
Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries, we watched a little bit of his speach when
he's the smartest Democrat in Congress, by the way.
Okay, we watched a little bit of Hakeem Jeffries' speech before they went to vote on the floor to open up the government. He's not a leader. He's not even a good speech maker.
He's not a good speech maker, but he's the smartest guy.
He is not a leader.
Okay.
Dude, the smartest guy does not make you a leader. He's not a charismatic. He's not a charismatic leader like Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, Schumer is. Schumer's definitely Captain Charisma.
Schumer will not be around much longer. He's been around. He's been a solid, you know, leadership type voice. But what Democrats need right now are charismatic leaders, and we just don't have them right now.
Like Mamdani.
Mamdani is a mayor. He has a ways to go before he's any sort of national leader.
No, I get
looking,
that.
looking to Mamdani as some guiding light would be foolish, and the Democrats aren't doing that. It's MAGA who wants to make Mamdani into something that he's not.
So could just give me about that's 30 seconds to explain what I'm trying to say, because I think we largely agree, okay? What I'm saying is the Democratic Party, to me, appears to be shifting more leftward with characters that are more Democratic socialists, such as AOC. The Sanders wing appears to be pulling the Democrats left. Because the leftist wing is winning.
And you are not very good at politics.
Well, that's what I'm seeing in the media. It appears to be they're going more left.
You might be watching a lot of Fox News and stuff like that.
I don't watch Fox News at all.
You need a more balanced diet. The Democrats, in my opinion, are rudderless right now.
Well, if you look at who won the election and now who's running in various races across the country, I mean, the person running in Seattle is saying, I'm the Mamdani of Seattle.
Okay, and Mamdani is not a Democratic Party leader. He just won a mayoral race.
No, and I totally.
He is not on the national stage, other than he will be mayor of the biggest city and a financial center and all that. He's not any sort of national leader.
I agree that Mamdani is not. However, the Democrats.
Well, then, if the media is making him out to be, then they are horribly wrong.
Okay, let me ask you this. In the race that just happened, Mamdani is the star. I mean, sure, Spearberger, whatever the hell her name is, from Virginia, but the media is primarily talking about Mamdani and the fact that he is very left end, right?
Well, good for them. That doesn't make him a national leader.
I agree. I'm not saying he's a national leader. But what I'm hearing is,
if they're focusing on him, good for them. But that doesn't mean anything.
I've heard, and I think AOC even said, this is a mandate that we have to go further left and lean into the progressive wing.
He is jumping the gun on that point.
Okay, so you just disagree.
He
then.
hasn't
Okay, that's
even
fair.
been. He hasn't even been sworn in. And New York City's not a bellwether for national politics.
I totally agree with you.
It's extremely left. It's not a bellwether. It's
Okay,
not
so-
it's not
yeah,
a purple state. Virginia, as I emphasized a little bit earlier, Virginia is like the biggest indicator, in my opinion, and probably a lot of opinions about where the country stands, where MAGA stands with voters.
And I think I'm asking you a question more than a
let
statement.
me explain why Virginia is that important. It is a swing state. It is a purple state, and I lived there for 20 years. The Democrats in, especially outside of Northern Virginia, the Democrats are fairly conservative. Out in the Tidewater area, I lived there for 7 years. I know Virginia fairly well, or the politics. Virginia is a purple state, and the Southwest is MAGA. It's the rural, all of Southwest Virginia is in Appalachia. It's considered Appalachia, and they're like West Virginia, the way they vote. And
Sure.
that all the counties in a fairly conservative state like Virginia shifted left, even in the Southwest, even in MAGA country. The voters shifted left. So what happened in Virginia? They won. The Democrats won 13 House seats, which is an astounding number for a state like Virginia, which is fairly conservative. The current governor is Glenn Youngkin, who won pretty handily both times he ran for governor. He's a Republican, and Winsome Sears was lieutenant governor, and she was a Republican trying to replace a Republican governor and lost to a Democrat. And the Democrat who won, I forget her name. She's a centrist. She's not a radical. She's not a leftist. Virginia is more important to the national mood in politics than the New York City mayor's race.
I would agree with you. However, I do want to have one caveat added to that. Based on the high employment rate of federal workers in Virginia, I think that definitely impacted the election.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely it did, because MAGA fired a bunch of them.
Well,
a bunch of the workers that they fired live in Northern Virginia.
of course. So, but I think I'm asking you a question.
Northern Virginia tends to vote Democrat. However, they have had one or two, like Don Beyer. There's another lady who's retiring at the end of this. Forget her name. Northern Virginia does have pockets of Republicanism, and you know right where they are. Out in Loudoun County, that's Republican country.
I don't know if
Warren
it is
County.
now. I don't know if it
Warren
is.
County, Loudoun County. No, Loudoun County's fairly conservative.
I think that there's so much money being sucked out of DC right now in Northern Virginia that it's all blue now. It's just very blue.
Well, it is overall blue. I'm saying there are pockets of conservatives in the richer counties, out in that Middletown, that Middletown, Virginia, not Middletown. Yeah, is it Middletown? It's right on 50, heading out of Fairfax County. No, well, Midlothian too, but there's there's
Manassas?
right along that 50 corridor where you're going from Fairfax County out to Winchester. That's all Republican country out there.
Oh, like
And I
Harper's
know
Ferry.
because I used to live in Northern Virginia.
Yeah, no, I know you did, but I think it's changed a lot, and a lot of it's
Well,
Democrat.
it may have. It's been 10
lot of
years
it
since
is.
I've lived there.
I mean, the wealthy people the wealthy tend to vote Democrat now anyway. Like they've captured the wealthy vote overall. If you look at the statistics, the rich vote for the Democrats now, Stanley. I thought you knew that.
Well, yeah, because MAGA is not very well liked, which we will get into. As a matter of fact, that's what Alan Harrelson is talking about. Basically, he and I also agree that MAGAs, they're not conservatives. They're not. I mean, MAGA Republicans are just.
I agree with you. MAGA is not Republicans, and I'm a traditional, older school Republican. Not on all things, but some things, for sure. I'm not MAGA. You always say I'm MAGA, but if you really look, I'm not.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, you have your own impression of yourself, and
yes. No. Listen.
I have one that doesn't quite jibe with yours.
I'm for a balanced budget. I'm for a fiscally balanced budget and a balanced budget amendment. But I do hate the radical left because they're lunatics and they're communists, and I hate communists. They're trying to destroy the country. It's called subversion. Yeah, and MAGA's not trying to destroy the country. Right? They're not as fast to do it. Like they will because they're stupid, but they're not trying to. They're just dumb. Okay, that's the truth. I hate a lot of the MAGA trade policies and a lot of this shit.
So unintentional.
Yes.
So unintentional destruction. Oh, okay. You're making a.
I can forgive stupidity. I can't forgive malicious intent, which is most of the radical left. That's how I see it. That's how I'm rolling right now. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get back to Dr. Harrelson here.
This guy I know, doctor.
Yeah, he
Right,
is.
so
He's
let's
got
keep going. This is too rich not to respond to. This is just too rich not to respond to. And by the way, he said obeying federal law, obeying federal law, is it optional? It is optional if it defies states' rights. That's where nullification comes into play.
Oh, Jesus.
The U.S. Constitution Supremacy Clause in Article 6 declares federal law supreme over state edicts, a principle forged in the crucible of the Civil War to avert competing sovereignties. Okay, right there in that one sentence, he shows us how historically ignorant he is. He doesn't understand the Supremacy Clause, and he certainly doesn't understand the role of political sovereignty in the American system. I said this in a short that I posted yesterday, but I'll say it again. The Treaty of Paris in 1783 does not recognize the independence of a single unified American nation, rather the independence of 13 sovereign principalities, 13 sovereign states. Those states, this is very simple, those states decide that they want to create a very limited central government for the purposes of the common defense.
Oh, I'm waiting how he concludes
foreign
that.
enemies.
Mm-hmm.
The federal government is the creation of the individual states, not the other way around. And why people can't understand this is beyond.
Okay. It means nothing. Okay. They just because. Okay. Let me help Dr. Richardson out here. Okay. And it is all a matter of interpretation. Okay. The federal government was not a creation of the 13 states. It was a creation of representatives from those states who put out a product called the Constitution, and the states all ratified it. Okay, the states did not get together and create something. They sent representatives who came up with a product. The product was distributed back out to the states to form conventions, or in some cases the legislatures did it,
Okay.
the people's representatives approved the Constitution, not the states as states.
Oh, back up. Can I correct you on something? Sure.
If you can.
Yeah. So think about the way the Senate was. So the senators were
I don't care about any
elected.
of that. The Senate wasn't even formed when the Constitution was ratified. So don't tell me about the Senate.
Can you just hear me out for a second?
No.
Who elects the senators are elected by the states.
The minute you say Senate, and I'm assuming you mean the U.S. Senate, the minute you say it, you automatically let me know that you have no clue what you're talking about.
Who elects? Okay, but the Senate sends.
The Senate did not exist in 1789.
The mindset that formed the Senate did.
So what?
So what? So the states send senators.
Ryan, this
the
is
states
struggle.
themselves send the senators.
Now you are in a struggle session here.
No, there's no struggling.
Yeah, you are. So
the only thing I'm struggling
as soon as I tell you, hey, mentioning the Senate just tells me you have no clue, because the Senate didn't exist when the Constitution was ratified. So now you want to talk about the spirit, the mindset. Dude, don't bring that voodoo American history bullshit to me.
So hold on. You're saying that, okay. Can you just answer the question that I posed to you?
Well,
please?
Just ask the question. Don't tell me about the Senate.
Initially, was there any legislature set up?
Yeah, the articles the basic.
No. Let me finish. No, I'm not done. You're answering the wrong question. Was there any legislature set up where the states sent representatives to?
If you want to call the Articles of Confederation set up a Congress, but it was loose. They had no the Congress that the Articles of Confederation set up had no power over individual states. It was basically the states getting together, almost like a cartel.
It was a loose thing. I get it.
It was a loose thing that had no power that a central government did,
and especially to raise money for the war, right?
Raising money for the war was part of the reason that people got frustrated and wanted a federal
central government. Yeah.
Okay, because the states getting money from the independent states was damn near impossible. You couldn't compel them to do it. And one of the things Hamilton did, for instance, is he took all the states' debt and turned it into a process where he could borrow money against those debts. Basically, he consolidated it all, and people could invest in that national debt. He created a national debt, basically. So that's one of the things that the Articles of Confederation did not allow for. I keep wanting to call them the Continental Congress. I guess maybe they were the Continental Congress. But anyway, my point is he's wrong. He wants to do a semantic game. The states did not create the Constitution. They ratified the Constitution.
But I'm asking, can you at least see the mindset point I'm making? Can you at least see that? You can at least see that, right?
No, go ahead and explain your mindset, because I don't really see how the mindset matters.
Well, it's the same mindset that the states themselves would send senators, right? Like the states had a say too, not just the individual, but the accumulated state had a say. You follow what you're with me on that, right? You're with me.
Okay, the individual state. Okay, I don't really. I mean, what time frame are you talking? The U.S. Senate, United States Senate,
Yes,
did not
yeah. That was later.
It did not predate the ratification of the Constitution, and the Congress we had before the Constitution, created by the Articles of Confederation, they had no power to compel states to do anything.
I'm with you.
States would send representatives, and they would negotiate stuff that was mutually beneficial, but there was no power to compel an individual state or former colony to do anything.
I think that I think that really what you and I are discussing are the difference between the people's view and the state itself's view, or the power of the people individual, like the House, and the power of the state, which is the cumulative of the people.
Okay, well, the problem is that even back then, there should be no daylight between what the state thinks and what the people think.
Why not?
Even the states had representative governments that the people themselves elected. So in theory, there should be no daylight between what a state government thinks and what the people who elected them think.
But it still shows this individual state like its own entity and with its own rights.
Okay, and in theory, there should be no
not to be trampled by other states.
Entity. Now, what you're talking about are the elites. The American Constitution, they wanted people's buy-in to it because they were deathly afraid of raw democracies. The United States was formed as an elitist enterprise. Okay, there were
your opinion on the Electoral College?
There were no carpenters or fishermen or anything like that. Those framers of the Constitution were not working class Joes.
Of course not. Of course not. Right. But
so if you mean that as far as being elitist enterprises, yeah, people would elect successful farmers or businessmen or what have you. Basically, people wanted to represent the best of the best of them. And sometimes the elites might say, "Oh, hey, I'm a man of the people," but it was usually when it benefited them. They weren't men of the people 100% of the time.
Populism. It's all populism right there.
Right. Listen, well, populism is not something that the founders wanted to encourage.
But do you see where the states themselves and the people within a state and that jurisdiction, so to speak, like as if its own country, right? Having a say federally is important. Do you see where that's important?
Well, yeah.
That's why we have the Electoral College.
It was having a say after the federal government was formed. There was no federal anything before the Constitution was ratified.
Yes, but do you see where it's important now? Still.
Okay, well, I've never said it wasn't important.
Yeah. So
okay, I'm not trying to make a point that, if I'm gonna make a point, which I wasn't even thinking of doing, I think that MAGA, I don't think the government cares. Once someone gets elected into Congress, their day-to-day tends to be more focused on raising money, and then you have to appeal to corporations or
that's all they do anymore.
The big donor class. They only care about the people when they have to go back and get reelected. Now, when like last night during the talks, the speeches they were giving before the floor vote to ratify the continuing resolution, they literally like to get up before the camera and give great speeches so the people back home. So they do pander to the voters in a way, but that's just kind of window dressing.
It's a complete jerk off, is what it is. It's
Right.
disgusting.
Well, you know what? The people keep electing them. The voters are getting what they elect, and I don't feel
Listen,
sorry.
I'm
I'm
gonna
not.
tell you right now.
I know. Hold on one sec. I know a lot of people want to go, oh, the government this, the government that. I'm never one to feel sympathy and certainly not empathy for their cause. Hey, you voted these people in. If there are, people who are Venezuelan citizens who had to send their relatives back home lest they be deported, who voted for Trump, I don't feel one bit sorry for them. They ran the risk and they voted for this, whether they knew they were voting for it or not. They should probably do more research next time they vote.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, I don't disagree, but I want to add to what you're saying, right? The fact that both parties I see as culpable and responsible for this shutdown and all the shit that's happened over the last month, both parties have a part in this responsibility.
Yeah, well, you want to do this both partyism, and I'm afraid that the American people don't agree with you. Okay,
they don't have to agree.
The American people, at least if the polling is to be believed, blame the Republicans and Trump specifically.
I even think you might agree with me.
They control. No. I watch polling. Okay, I read a lot of newspapers.
No, I'm saying you personally, not the polls. I'm saying you.
Oh yeah, I absolutely. Hey, MAGA is in control. MAGA controls the government. This is the MAGA era.
So in 2013, it's Obama's fault.
100 years from now, historians will call this the MAGA era.
Okay, but hold on a second. I'm talking about, do you personally think both parties have responsibility in shutting the government down?
No, I personally think it's all on the Republicans.
Okay, it's all on the Republicans. So
let me tell you why I think that. The
Okay.
Republican, the Democrats in the House have no control over what's happening in the House. It's majority rules in the House. And if the Republicans want something done, it's going to be done. Now, the Senate is another issue because they have the filibuster rule. Okay, but Republicans have the keys to the car. They are in the driver's seat. And the problem is Trump wants zero compromise, and the Republicans, being afraid of Trump, well, mostly afraid of their voters who love Trump, they're not willing to compromise because Trump isn't willing to compromise. If the Republicans were in a position in the Senate, especially, to do some compromising, a lot more stuff would get done. I think if Trump had not been anti-compromise, I don't think the government would have been shut down. I literally blame this shutdown on Trump.
Well, I'll just say that. So you think the party in power, it's their fault?
What about Fred? There was no damage done 4 years. If there was damage done, it has nothing to do with this 4 years. Americans have a very short political memory.
But you think it's the party in power's responsibility to keep the government open? So therefore, if it was Biden or Obama,
don't you? What do we elect majorities for?
I'm with you. I'm asking. Okay, I'm asking a question. It's the party. So therefore, if it's Obama or Biden or a future Democrat, it's going to be, and they have control of Congress. They have to keep. If it shuts down, it's not the Republicans' fault at all.
If they control all three branches of government and all three branches of government, yes, it's on them.
Well, not the Senate.
There was a time way back. There was a time when Obama first got into office where the Senate and the House, I believe, and the presidency were in control of the government. And the stuff he didn't get done, yeah, it's on him.
Well, there was a filibuster, though, just like now. The filibuster
Right,
could
but
prevent it.
I
Right?
don't care about the filibuster. Okay, they controlled all three branches of government. They could compromise, and I don't remember the details, but I'm gonna be consistent. If a party controls all three branches of government, and certainly Obama didn't control the Supreme Court, but Kennedy was the swing vote. So the judiciary was a little bit more balanced, but I wouldn't say the Democrats controlled it. It
It
could go
didn't.
either way, given a
Yeah, but
decision.
it didn't
But
go to
I
the Supreme
think that
Court. It
I
was-
think that I
They
think
shut it down.
that the Democrats controlling the legislative and the executive, yeah, if there was a government shutdown, it's on them.
So, okay. I blame, for all of it, I blame the entire government. And in my opinion, it's their responsibility to keep this place open, compromise. So I say vote every last one of the motherfuckers out. Vote them all out.
Yeah, well, good luck. People tend to love their own personal representative. In
Yeah.
CKJ3, I understand your abiding love for Trump. Trump doesn't have to vote. Trump basically tells Congress what to do. If Trump says don't compromise, they're not going to compromise. The voters love Trump in these red districts, and Trump knows that. So if Trump tells, say, I don't know, Marjorie Taylor Greene to pick on her, I don't want you to compromise, and she compromises, well, first thing they're going to do is primary her, and Trump is going to back her primary challenger. So Trump doesn't need to vote. He has Congress in his back pocket.
I mean, you could argue George Clooney and Obama do too. They
No,
got the
I
whole
can't
Democratic
argue
Party.
that because neither
They
one
got the
of
whole
them,
Democratic Party on
neither
the.
one of them, Mr. Whataboutism, neither
Well,
one
they
of
got
them
rid
are
of Joe Biden.
Okay, I don't know why
With a
you
letter.
have to guess,
See you later,
You
Joe.
probably know what I'm going to say.
Go ahead.
George Clooney is not president.
Hey, he still got rid of a sitting president with a letter to the New York Times.
No, I don't think you're right about that.
He wrote a letter, and by the end of the weekend, Joe Biden was stepping down. And Obama got him to do it. He runs a Democratic Party, and Trump runs a Republican Party. Why can't we just admit the truth?
Okay, I don't think that the Democratic Party has a leader right now, and you could make the argument maybe that Obama is, but that's kind of weak tea.
Well, he's not as strong a leader in terms of his party. He's a better leader than Trump, obviously, but he's not as strong. He doesn't have the whole platform like Trump does, which his voters are completely off the rails, but they're real big supporters. But Obama probably did at one point, I would say. He's just lost some power, and no one's emerged. They will, probably Mondani or some other lunatic, or AOC, probably a woman, I would guess, or maybe a gay person would emerge, but we'll see. But I will tell you that the party's going further and further left. The Democratic Party,
I don't agree with that.
They'll probably have a trans candidate.
I don't agree.
For president.
I don't agree. I don't agree that the party's going left.
They'll have a trans candidate for president.
It's no more left. It's no more left today or the day after Mamdani than it was the day before Mamdani.
Look, man.
You've got a mayor of New York.
They ousted Schumer.
Who, by the way, Mamdani has moved towards the center. And then the rest of the people, the two governors that got elected, were pretty much centrist. Mamdani didn't even get Schumer's endorsement, and he got Hakeem Jeffries' endorsement like the day before the race. And Trump supporting Cuomo means the Democratic Party is moving left? Really?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Trump supporting Cuomo is indicative of the Democratic Party moving left?
Trump supported Cuomo because he knew the alternative, Mondani, is a fucking lunatic socialist
Well, let me tell you
that's going
my
to destroy New
interpretation.
York.
My interpretation is Trump supporting Cuomo was two things. It was a sign of desperation that Trump endorsed a Democrat at all, and it was an old lech supporting another old lech. They're the Lech brothers.
By the way, Cuomo was like a front runner in polling during the COVID 2020 year and prior to his ousting, right? But now Cuomo is seen as what you're describing, a lech. He was like the front runner in 2020, man, in polling.
Okay, well the dude had a pinch his secretary's bottom problem.
But do you see how this is?
And it wasn't just
these.
see, the thing is it wasn't just one woman, it was multiple women. And you know what? I hate to be so esoteric, but you just look at Cuomo. You know what? I guess I shouldn't be this way. Cuomo, I believe the women when it comes to Mario Cuomo.
Look, I'm not going to say he wasn't trying to be a pimp, okay?
And then he quit. Rather than confront it, he quit the governorship.
He said he thought was doing right with the state. Like, hey, I'm being disruptive. It's right to step down.
Such bullshit. Bill Clinton didn't quit.
Hey, listen. That's my favorite.
And he was guilty.
Just to tell you what a conservative I am, Bill Clinton's my favorite president. Just because you got to have balls on you to have the Arab delegates, like the whole Arab enclave in town, and go run up with a Jewish girl in the White House. Monica Lewinsky. You got to have balls on you to do that kind of shit, boy.
I don't really get the point.
All the Arabs were attacked.
When Arabs come over here, they all of a sudden get real loose. I've told the story, and this is stories that I've heard about these oil sheiks and oil princes coming over here, and man, they just run hog wild. And then as soon as they get back,
they actually do.
They're all pious Muslims again. So
I do business with Iranians.
Any one of those oil people, any one of those oil sheiks would have done the same thing with Monica Lewinsky.
Well, that's true.
They wouldn't care whether she was Jewish or not.
That's true. And I do business with Iranians and shit that are like real Iranians. And they're like 98% of the whole country is very westernized.
Absolutely.
And it's just a regime that's fucking crazy.
Right.
But you got to love Bill Clinton, man. They were great years. 92 to 2000 were just fun. I mean, business was good. Everything was fun. And here the president is just getting down in the White House.
Look at Brian Nichols here.
What a
Brian
story.
Nichols says the Dems are so far left, a liberal like Cuomo is considered a centrist. Well, Brian, you're so far right. You're so far right. You probably thought that that Biden was a far left. MAGA people like Brian Nichols and Donald Trump and the rest of them called Biden a communist. Like that's just crazy.
I don't know how you can anymore judge or rate that, like how far left or right someone is, because it's so maligned that it's maligned at this point. Like, in other words, Trump buying companies is very, very left. It's very left of center. Okay. The fact that he wants to have ownership of companies is fucking communism 101, right? The people own the means of production. But in the same right, the Democrats being wide open free trade, just totally free liberal trade policies is very right wing, right? That's very right wing. So it's hard to judge a lot of this left right pendulum anymore. It's just, I don't know if it's even left right. It's like one versus the other, you know? It's just two ends of the extreme, right? So these ultra liberal trade policies, that's a right thing, but the Democrats are ultra liberal trade policies, no tariffs, you know? So it's hard to judge it anymore on the political pendulum. So,
You know what? I'm gonna just go ahead straight into the news because I have a couple things that just popped up that I want to talk about. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this. I got a couple articles I need to find and bring up. I'm gonna stop this early.
Me. And this notion that the Civil War correctly destroyed states' rights is not at all remotely conservative. That's not conservative. The purpose of conservatism is to preserve republicanism, constitutionalism, and federalism. Federalism is the very meaning of the United States Constitution. All powers not delegated to the federal government remain with the states. The federal government has no power that the states did not give to it in the first place by ratifying the Constitution. The states did not automatically give up their powers when they decided to join the Union. But here we go.
Actually, they did. All the powers not enumerated and given to the federal government, the states have. So the states did give up some power. And as a matter of fact, you go to the 13th Amendment, you go to the 14th Amendment, and the 15th Amendment, there were powers taken away from the state. Slavery was one of them. Restricting voting was another. 14th Amendment, due process, all that stuff. So
Stanley,
he wants to talk about the pre-Civil War Constitution. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments literally dealt and took some power from the states.
well, here's my question for you, and I'm serious. Like, you know more.
I also meant to add that the 14th Amendment took the power of who is a citizen and who's not from the states.
All right, I got a question then. What'd you say? I think it's 9, right? If it's not stated federally, then the states have the right. Is that correct? Is that number 9 or 10?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, so wouldn't that grant all things not stated as states' business? So everything that's not stated is states' business, right?
Well, you got to be careful because there are some times where something on the surface would seem like states' business. Say, for instance, years ago, I think it was Georgia and South Carolina, or maybe it was another couple states that were fighting over water rights. Well, you know what? It would seem like, hey, this is state versus state. Well, it crosses state lines, therefore it becomes a federal issue. So there's some caveats to the 9th Amendment.
I gotcha. So if it's state to state, it becomes federal because it's like the commerce, the commerce situation. Okay. But I would think everything beyond that would be
essentially the government winds up arbitraging, whatever the term is, arbitrating.
Yeah. Got it. That makes sense. You know, and I love like the water usage on the Colorado River, which is Colorado, and then New Mexico, Arizona, California. The federal government has to decide who gets what, right, on the Colorado River.
Right.
So,
JB, how you doing?
I'm doing all right today.
Well, good. Hey, Soul Provider, it's good to see you. Your show, we may wind up tuning into your show It looks like it's going to be an interesting one. So it's good to see you. Soul Provider, as a matter of fact, Soul Provider, drop the link if you would. Just put the link to your show tonight in the well, your channel and your show tonight. Just drop it in there. Everybody should probably. I may shut down by 6:50 or whenever Soul Provider's show. He's doing his version of an internet awards, and it looks to be fairly interesting. So I encourage everyone, if you're interested, there's some big names that he talks about, giving awards to. So definitely an interesting premise. So I want to go ahead and move on to the news. I really want to finish what Alan Richardson is talking about. I don't know, maybe we should do that because it's not too often that I hear a conservative actually come out and call MAGA out for what it is, not conservative. So maybe I'll just go ahead and finish it up. And everybody, please make sure you subscribe to Soul Provider's channel, especially if you're into anime and comics and gaming and stuff like that. All those young folks are a little, their endeavors are a little bit, kind of out of my purview. But I do like to tune in to hear what the young folks are thinking. And Soul Provider's a pretty smart guy, so I enjoy listening to his perspectives on a lot of things.
Stanley, how you
I don't come across too many smart, like actually astute, young black men. Though I'm 60, so I can call people in their 30s and 40s young men. But he's sharp. I always enjoy listening to him. So what are you going to say, JB,
Stanley?
before I start this video?
How you doing today, Stanley?
Pretty good.
That's wonderful, man. I just went and
Native
bought
state of
me a
South
new
Carolina.
house today.
You did what?
I had got me a brand new house today,
Well, good.
so I'll be moving.
Well, that is onwards and upwards.
Yeah,
Buddy,
yeah.
I tell you what, my firebrand bloodline is starting to come out with this. Fire
What's up,
eater
Clarence?
conversation is what we're about to have. If you don't know what that term means, then we can talk about that at a later date. Yet today's registers ignore it. Okay, here I'm quoting again from the article. Much like antebellum nullifiers. In 1830 South Carolina, states defied tariffs under states' rights, and he puts quotation marks around it, as if to mock the term. Nearly sparking war. In 1860-61, secession ordinances rejected federal authority outright, igniting the bloodiest conflict in American history. Yeah, but it wasn't secession that caused it. It was Mr. Lincoln. Mr. Lincoln decided to go to war with the Confederacy. It was his fault entirely.
Oh, I love that. Now, who fired on Fort Sumter? This motherfucker is out of his mind. Lincoln didn't fire on the South. South Carolina fired on Fort Sumter. You fool. Man, I can't believe he said that the Civil War was fucking Lincoln's fault. That's like so ahistorical. They had to take his PhD back from him. What's up, Uncle Fatty? Uncle Fatty has a question for you there, JB. See, this is the type of foolishness. This is the type of foolishness that, we level-headed left centrists have to deal with. This motherfucker wants to blame the Civil War on Abraham Lincoln. This dude's a cartoon character.
need not have happened. But it the article gets a little bit more rich than that. And by the way, I could go into so much about that one statement that is historically incorrect and much that he left out. In the 1830s, yes, South Carolina nullified the tariff of abomination.
Yeah, by the way, yeah, I think it was tariffs on slaves for that matter. You know what? I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry about that. It was something about Lincoln.
A protectionist tariff that was designed to benefit the growth of northern industry at the expense of southern agriculture.
Oh, I know.
So there was a compromise in 1833.
Everyone should also remember that history is a lot like interpreting statistics. History is literally taking a bunch of data points, which are, historical events, and interpreting their meaning in a larger context. So, I'm sure Dr. Harrelson has his own take of what started the Civil War. And I'm sure he'll quote some people or point to certain events, but history's in the eye of the beholder sometimes.
And President Andrew Jackson signed what was called the Force Bill, which essentially stated that if a state defies federal law, the President of the United States has the authority to enforce that law through military power. You know what South Carolina did immediately thereafter? Nullified the Force Bill as a parting shot. And it was completely constitutional. Now, he says this pattern can persist today. In Portland, throughout 2020, Antifa-led mobs targeted the Hatfield Federal Courthouse, hurling fireworks, explosives, and rocks at officers and shining lasers into agents' eyes. Okay, that's fine, but why are you comparing Antifa to the Confederacy? Why do you have to do that? Why do you have to reveal such a large degree of historical ignorance in making your point about Antifa being bad news? Antifa is bad news. But what purpose does it serve to say these people are no different than the Southern Confederates? In Los Angeles, officials expose ICE agents via doxing while apps alert illegal aliens to raids. Over 80% of ICE arrests target those with records or deportation orders, condoning subversion akin to Confederate tactics. What a moron. Such actions rehearse the Confederacy's playbook. That's what he says. Such actions rehearse the Confederacy's playbook. So not only is the American left now adamantly opposed to Southern history and Confederate symbols, the American right won't shut up about it either. God have mercy. From 1855 to 59, Bleeding Kansas previewed Civil War.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
I think we get the gist. Basically, really the overall take that I get from this is that people really just don't know American history. And I think to be a good politician, or an effective politician, you really have to have a really good sense of American history. And just too many politicians don't. Too many pundits don't. If you're gonna comment on American politics, it just helps to know some American history. You don't have to be a historian or an expert, but history will sometimes put the current situations in context. So anyway, we're gonna move on here. And speaking of Mom Donnie, Apparently, Katie Wilson, a political newcomer, is elected mayor in Seattle. She is a self-described socialist, so I guess she will be the Mamdani of the Northwest. Bruce Harrell, current mayor, opposed taxing high-income residents to finance construction of new housing. So basically, he has conceded, and she looks like a nun. Will be the new socialist mayor of Seattle. So congratulations to Katie Wilson. we got one on the East Coast. We got one on the left coast. So good for us. Now here is the very height of hypocrisy. Trump administration sues to stop California from redistricting to give Democrats more House seats. Trump literally went to Texas and said, hey, y'all need to add some more districts. And now that California wants to counter this, this is essentially election rigging that Donald Trump is attempting to do. And just because he's trying to use the court systems and some, legal trickery to do it, he's literally tampering with elections right under under MAGA's nose. And they're just congratulating him. We elect some real assholes into office, and then we complain when they do what we elected them to do. So I'll keep up with this. This is just kind of like a breaking news item. I'm not sure that the federal government has standing to sue because states control elections. I'm not sure that the federal government has standing, but again, I'm not a lawyer. So here's a doozy, and I mentioned it yesterday. White House says October jobs and inflation data may never be released because of the shutdown. Man, all kinds of things are being blamed on the shutdown. And dovetailing onto this story, Verizon has announced that it's about to cut 15,000 jobs as it restructures between the federal government, between Amazon, now Verizon, and a couple other companies laying off thousands of workers. This definitely feels like a recession. And not having numbers for October just allows Trump to mask, how bad this economy is starting to sink for another month. This dude has hoodwinked some motherfuckers. It is truly amazing. So Trump just did a little Oval Office executive order signing. Trump signs executive order on foster care. So let's play this news clip.
Check. Hey. Audio check.
Oh wait, you know what? This is 34 minutes. Let me just play the article.
Order seeking to bolster foster care in the United States as part of First Lady Melania Trump's Fostering the Future effort, which is part of her Be Best initiative. The signing will take place around 2 p.m. Eastern Time in Washington, 500-100.
Do you ever scroll through your camera roll and think, I should really do something with all of these? Yeah, same.
That's where Chatbooks comes in. Right now, Chatbooks is offering something we've never done before. 12 monthly mini photo books for just $12.
How many advertisements are they going to put on this story? Basically, Trump is something about fostering the future effort, part of her Be Best initiative. And I don't know the details, I'll look into them in just a second after I address Fred. Fred, maybe you misunderstood my point. I'm not blaming Trump. I understand why people are being laid off. Now, the government layoffs are not AI. I can blame Trump for those layoffs, which I soundly and roundly do. My main issue is that this feels like a recession with all the job loss. The economy is starting to sink because of all the unemployment, and not having numbers because of the government shutdown allows Trump to basically not fess up to the souring economy for another month. And by the way, as far as the government shutdown goes, I lay that squarely on the shoulders of Trump. So maybe now you'll get my point. I'm not blaming Trump for Verizon laying off workers, but with all the job loss, it feels like a recession. And there are people who think it is a recession. Laying off a bunch of people is very recession-like. So let's see here. I will look up exactly what Melania's initiative is. But in the meantime, let's move on. Top officials present Trump with military options for Venezuela in the coming days. I just don't even see why this is necessary. Senior military officials on Wednesday presented President Trump with updated options for potential operations in Venezuela, including strikes on land, according to multiple sources familiar with meetings at the White House. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane, and other senior officials briefed the president on military options for the coming days. Why? Why do we need military options for Venezuela? Someone can help me out with why striking Venezuela is necessary. Why are we saber rattling? Why are we reviewing military options? A recession by the old standard. Don't even understand what that means. Jobs are being lost like a recession. It feels like a recession. That's pretty much my take on it. And not monitoring unemployment rates for another month just gives Trump another month to avoid the obvious. He will spend the next month trying to talk about how great the economy is, and there are no numbers to contradict or support his claims. That is an advantage to Trump. The fate of dozens of trapped Hamas fighters is hindering Trump's Gaza plan. Apparently, there are a bunch of people trapped in collapsed tunnels or something. First I've heard of this. U.S. and Israeli officials are divided over whether to allow the militants stranded inside a tunnel network in Rafah safe passage. Wow.
Ready to turn your leadership skills into a thriving career in hospitals within the hospitality industry? Apply now at more.
Trump's Gaza plan. A news story written by Loveday Morris, Lior Soroka, and Heba Farouk Mahfouz, and read by Anthony, an AI-generated voice. A dispute over the fate of as many as 200 Hamas fighters trapped inside tunnels in an Israeli-controlled area of Gaza is complicating the Trump administration's efforts for peace, with the United States pressing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to give the militants safe passage. The disagreement over the fighters, who became stranded behind Israeli lines in Rafah after a ceasefire was announced last month, has underscored the broader potential pitfalls of the deal, including the thorny issue of disarming Hamas and growing Israeli frustration over what some officials see as U.S. interference in the country's national security. The bottom line is that this problem could threaten the agreement, but American pressure is continuous, said a former Egyptian official with knowledge of the talks, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the negotiations. Egypt has served as a key mediator in the talks and shares a roughly 8-mile border with the Gaza Strip that includes Rafah. The former official said Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of President Donald Trump, who is in Israel this week, has pressed for a solution. The U.S. has emphasized that Israel refrain from killing the militants, he said, adding that it would detonate the ceasefire agreement and thus doom the Trump plan. Trump's proposal, which he unveiled in September, laid out a 20-point plan for peace after 2 years of war, including the destruction of military and weapons infrastructure in Gaza, which is slated for the plan's second phase. As part of that process, weapons would be placed permanently beyond use, the plan says, and the United States hopes the militants who are trapped will give up their weapons and offer an example of how the broader demobilization of Hamas could work. Hamas has always indicated that it will disarm, Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, said in remarks at a Miami business conference last week. I hope that they keep their word, because if they do, they'll understand that the development plan that we have for Gaza is really terrific, he said, describing the case of the stranded fighters as a model for how to proceed. According to Witkoff, some 200 fighters are cornered in the tunnels, while the Israeli military has said that estimates of between 100 and 200 militants are in the right ballpark. A Hamas official, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss the sensitive issue, also said that the discussions are focused on an estimated 150 to 200 fighters in Rafah. But for Netanyahu's right-wing government, the notion of allowing the marooned fighters safe passage is both repellent and politically fraught. The militants already have clashed with Israeli forces, killing 3 soldiers, according to the military, which responded with punishing airstrikes that killed nearly 150 Palestinians. Hamas fighters also led the October 7, 2023, assault on southern Israel, killing about 1,200 people and abducting about 250 others. Israel's retaliatory campaign in Gaza has destroyed much of the enclave, killing more than 69,000 people, according to the local health ministry, which does not distinguish between civilians and combatants, but says the majority of the dead are women and children. For Israel, the bloodshed makes a deal to allow the fighters to go free all the more sensitive, said Yossi Kuperwasser, a retired brigadier general who heads the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security. It's going to be difficult for him, Kuperwasser said of Netanyahu. To let them get away with murder is not going to be popular. Hamas, in turn, has vowed that the gunmen will not surrender to Israeli forces. Let the enemy know that the term surrender does not exist in the dictionary of the Al-Qassam Brigades, Hamas's armed wing, formerly known as the Izzadin Al-Qassam Brigades, said in a statement this week. Potential solutions include having the men disarm before exile to a third country, the former Egyptian official said. The standoff comes, however, as the ceasefire agreement is still stuttering through its first phase, with each side yet to complete key elements of the deal. The plan calls for the unrestricted entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza, but the Rafah crossing between Egypt and the enclave, which is now controlled by Israel, remains closed. Hamas and allied militants have yet to hand over the remains of 4 deceased.
Yeah, this is not this is not going as smoothly as I actually thought it would, and having these fighters stuck in a tunnel. Wow, that's a complication that I would love to hear the Trump administration comment on, because it's weird. I mean, if they're not going to surrender, you know, you can't let them live to fight another day, but you can't just outright, starve them out and have them die in a tunnel. I can't imagine being the leader of a country and having to make this decision. Damn. No, Fred, MAGA can't be converted. I'm talking about showing the numbers to rub it in their faces and tell them I told you so. Uh, it's it's pettiness. That's why I want the numbers, just to be petty. Nothing highfalutin, trying to convert people. Government jobs are bloatware. Well, see, the problem, Deacon Dave, is those same people that have lost their jobs, you'll be online next month calling them deadbeats for not having a job. So it's this weird conundrum that presents itself. And government as bloatware, I'm sure there's some fat that could be trimmed, but I'm not sure that I would just be willing to go out and call government jobs bloatware. This bullshit that everybody can be an entrepreneur that gets pushed in the blackosphere, it's as much malarkey as any other far right black conservative bullshit. Not everyone wants to be an entrepreneur. I guess people like you, Deacon Dave, would have everybody out on the street corner selling bean pies and bean pies and rolling out fake Rolexes on the sidewalk. So let us move on. Speaking of pennies, U.S. ends penny making after more than 230 years. On Wednesday, the U.S. Mint in Philadelphia struck the final 1 cent coin as Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and U.S. Treasurer Brandon Beach attended the ceremonial punch. President Donald Trump ordered the Treasury to stop minting pennies earlier this year, citing the cost per penny of 3.69 cents, which exceeds the coin's face value. That's actually not a bad idea. As coin terminals close, Federal Reserve coin terminal facilities largely stopped taking pennies, and retailers report shortages forcing the rounding of cash transactions despite 250 billion pennies in circulation. The Treasury Department estimates ending penny production will save taxpayers about $56 million annually, while officials emphasize pennies as legal tender will keep their value indefinitely. Attention now turns to the nickel, which costs nearly 14 cents to make and could impact shoppers more if retired, while at least 10 states prohibit rounding to the nearest nickel, raising compliance risks for Congress and lawmakers. That is very interesting. What are we going to do without pennies? I will have nothing to put on railroad tracks to flatten. Part of my childhood is lost. And for all you manosphere creatures out there, this story is dedicated to you. Yeah, I rarely have cash, Clarice. Like if you asked me to come up with $1 in change, I think I do have a jar in my room. I can't remember the last time I even put coins in it. So a record 40% of young women want to flee the U.S. I think that's hilarious. A new survey found that a record number of young women are interested in fleeing the U.S. and moving abroad permanently. Gallup recently found for the second year in a row that approximately 1 in 5 Americans say they would like to leave the U.S. and move to another country permanently. So I am definitely interested in what the manosphere has to say about this. And let me see if I can find a reputable magazine. Well, Fox News. Let's see what Fox News has to say about this. Oops. So, Fox News, 40% of young women want to flee. Let's see what they have to say. A new survey found that a record number of young women are interested in fleeing the U.S. and moving abroad permanently. For the second year in a row, 1 in 5 Americans say they would like to leave. However, a growing number of young women expressed interest in fleeing the country. According to the polling firm, 40% of women ages 15 to 44 said they would move abroad permanently if given the opportunity. Gallup noted that in 2014, only 1/4 as many women of that age bracket expressed a desire to leave the country. By contrast, 19% of the young women's male counterparts said they would like to leave the U.S. for good, marking what Gallup said was the widest gap it had recorded in this trend. Gallup also noted that few countries had shown this kind of gender gap in a desire to migrate since it started measuring the question globally in 2007. Wow. I'm very interested in what people in the chat think about this. I had no clue, but women are wanting to get away. I think it's hilarious. Yeah, Ryan, whatever. The 25-year-old that does my hair said she wanted to leave New York City but doesn't want to move back to Texas, so she settled on England. Wow. Man, apparently the manosphere has chased a bunch of women away. I think this is hilarious. It's so these people who are worrying about, not enough babies being born, y'all ain't seen nothing yet. There's not going to be any women to give birth to babies here. Oh, wow. I don't even know what to say, but I am very interested in this, and maybe there's a show to plan around this this very interesting fact. Very interesting. I'll have to maybe do a little bit more research. What's up, Deacon Dave?
Not much. What's up?
Did you just hear this story that 40% of young women polled by Gallup want to leave the United States? The word they use is flee. And,
why they want to flee? Why would they want to flee?
I don't know. I'm actually going to see if there's any research out there to answer that question.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Where are they going to go?
Anywhere but here, apparently.
Okay, so look, I got an idea, or I got a thought. And so if they want a guy that's got such and such amount of money, where else in the world are they going to find that? And find a man who wants them.
What if money isn't their issue?
Nah,
I mean,
they all want $100,000.
No, well, I don't know that I agree with that.
I don't know either.
What countries would they survive? Well, Fred, how about Germany? You don't think women leaving the U.S. would survive in Germany?
Yeah, it's cold. I think, right? Ain't it cold up there?
It's cold in parts of the U.S. I will follow up on this and see if there's anything interesting out there. That is truly amazing, and I guess the irony is I hear all these manosphere people, shitting on women. Well, you know what? Maybe the women have just gotten the idea that, hey, these men don't want us, and we don't want to be like they want us to be. So we're going to pull up the tent stakes and get the fuck out.
Nah, they're not going nowhere. They talk that shit. They said they'd rather be in the woods with a bear instead of a man, specifically a black man.
Yeah. Well,
because black men are like black bears.
All I'm saying is that we got low birth rates, and we want potential potential mothers are wanting to get the hell out of Dodge. What the fuck have you manosphere people done to our country? Women don't even want to stay and procreate.
I'm not a manosphere guy, but I do believe with most of what they're saying or their gripes. I've listened to them, and they were able to spell them out logically, and it made sense. But a woman leaving, you're going to settle for way less than what you put out there that you want, and that's fine.
Now,
I mean, hey, I'm not married to none of them. I'm married to one, and she wasn't even from here, so maybe you might have some luck.
I want to toot my own horn here, folks. By the way, everybody make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new here, look, sometimes, and it's not that often, but I come up with a story and it's out there for public consumption that I have not heard any of these manosphere types even talk about. And it blows my mind that I never actually thought that women really don't want to be here. And it makes me think that, some of these guys are probably just, kind of spoiling or poisoning the well. Women don't want to be around a bunch of fucking men who hate them. Many women may not want to be Lily Ledbetter type trad wives. And rather than be like
you believe that?
Kirk, rather than be like an Erica Kirk or Lily Ledbetter, they're just like, you know what? We'll try it in another country. And I admire young women who just say, fuck it, I don't want to be I don't want to be what these manosphere types want me to be. I'm getting the fuck out. I admire that fighting for your right to be who you are. Don't let people like Rollo Tomasi or whatever the hell his name is tell you how to be.
Right. I don't think anybody.
Of which, I am going to look at Jeff St. James's interview with Obsidian later on. I watched about 10 minutes of it and was thoroughly unimpressed. But I figure we will watch what these women are trying to get away from, at least for a little while.
So the manosphere
let me finish
is the
tooting my
only
horn.
voice that they were listening to.
For the folks that are new here, subscribe. If for no other reason, then where else would you hear about this on these particular internet streets? I would love to hear a Drip or a Freezy or a Jeff St. James or a DJ Hamp type panel address this particular issue. So I may be boring, but I do bring you some news you can use every now and again. So what were you saying, Dave?
I said, do you think like the manosphere voice is the only voice that women hear?
It's the only one that I tend to run into on a daily basis.
You're kind of adjacent. Because even when the HB was talking about it, he was still spewing the talking points.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I tend
pushback.
to, because of the nature of where I started and the nature of this show and its audience, most people here are conservative. I'm surprised they even tolerate me, but I think they just like to, to have me as their piñata. But that being said, I come across a lot of what I consider toxic masculine attitudes towards women.
Hey, would you be somewhere if everybody said the same shit that you agree with? You're interesting.
I would get very bored.
Yeah, you're interesting because I have a low agreement rate.
Fred, that's what I'm going to try and find out. Fox doesn't really get into it, and really, believe it or not, the only newspapers I got the story from Ground News. The only publications that covered it were right-leaning publications. No newspapers on the left have covered it. Now I saw Breitbart had something on it. Let me see what they're saying.
Didn't Rosie O'Donnell leave the country?
She was saying she was. I don't know if she did. So this is from Breitbart. Let's see if they have more details. You know what? Let's listen to the story. Oh.
Nolte, record number of young women want to flee America. By John November 13th, 2025.
Yeah, let me just read it. That voice is uninteresting. So Gallup reports, and maybe we should look at the Gallup report, that 40% of awful AWFL, what is an AWFL? Affluent white female liberal. Okay, so they're saying 40% of women aged 15 to 44 would like to flee America permanently. This is 4 times higher than the 10% of women who said the same in 2014. This is more or less an editorial. Back in, let's see, but 40%. Let's see if we can diagnose this problem. Okay. Well, this is just kind of a satirical piece. They lost their precious Barry only to have him replaced by the orange bad man in Slow Joe. Okay. This is more an editorial. It's not really a cause. So he's just basically wanting to drag these women who want to leave.
Yeah, let's find the real reason. Because I don't listen to what they say. I watch what they do.
This is from Gallup itself. For the second straight year, let's see. Gallup's question asks about the desire to migrate. So these findings reflect aspirations rather than intentions. Previous Gallup research shows not everyone who wants to move will move. Still, the data indicate that millions of younger American women are increasingly imagining their futures elsewhere. While the desire to move for good is currently elevated among U.S. men as well as women under the age of 45, it remains relatively flat at low levels among their counterparts aged 45 and older. Okay, they're not really. Says here that other women in advanced economies don't share the desire to move, at least to the degree. And it also says politics plays a role alongside age and gender. Rising interest in leaving the U.S. is shaped not only by age and gender, but also by political attitudes.
Yep, they got them. They graduated from the liberal institution.
Desire to migrate rises among single and married women alike. Wow. I'm going to drop this article into the chat if anybody wants to explore it deeper. It says here, younger women lose faith in America's institutions. Across demographic groups, Americans with lower confidence in institutions, such as the government, judicial system, military, and integrity of elections, are consistently more likely to express a desire to leave the country. Says here, in 2015, women aged 15 to 44 scored an average of 57 on Gallup's National Institutions Index, which measures confidence in national government, military, and honesty of elections. Since 2015, the younger women's scores have fallen by 17 points, a sharper decline than seen for any other demographic. Dropped during both the Trump and Biden administrations. By comparison, women aged 45 and older and men aged 15 to 44 have remained broadly stable. So it's young women in particular, between what, 17? Oh, what did they say?
15 and 44.
15? Yeah, 15 to 44. That's kind
Yeah,
of
15. They
concerning,
asked 15-year-olds. That's crazy.
don't you? Well, no.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you ask a 15-year-old?
Why would you ask them? They have no authority.
Okay,
They have no
well, they
self-autonomy at that
like
point.
the
Still a
like
child.
this like the article said, it's more aspirational, and I find it extremely disturbing that 15-year-old girls would just basically not see a future or desire a future in the U.S., the country of their birth. I find that kind of ominous. So I'm going to drop the Gallup article into the chat. The Ground News article is in the show notes. And yeah, I'm gonna snoop around to see if I can find something a little bit more solid as to cause. And I've already stated my theories. I think young men, these groypers, for instance, are just becoming awful, and women don't want to put up with the shit.
Roipers?
Well, whether you like it
Wow.
or not, Nick Fuentes is all of a sudden his star is ascending.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to say I didn't like it.
He is an awful young man who doesn't have much use for women apparently, and young women don't want to put up with that shit. And groypers are mostly younger males. So why would a 15-year-old girl want to put up with some 16-year-old who idolizes Nick Fuentes?
That is Nick Fuentes' fault, right?
Any other time in the past decades say they would like to move away from the U.S. permanently, with the sentiment becoming increasingly politicized in 2017. Oh yeah, absolutely, Fred. More people, there's the whole passport bro stuff. So yeah, I know more people want to, but then it's also easier for people to move these days than say 50 years ago. 50 years ago, it was a little bit more difficult to scrape up the money. Even some third world Latin American type countries have become very desirous of having, say, U.S. retirees move down there. So it's become more attractive. Countries have made themselves more attractive to Americans moving abroad. But
So which is it that or is it Nick Fuentes?
I'm not going to attribute it to one particular cause.
Yeah, because I have aspirations to move abroad as well.
Right, but you're not a girl who could potentially, have babies, are you?
No, there's just a large contingent of men who want to go abroad, and maybe that sentiment.
See, once again, you are the poster boy for what I'm talking about. I'm talking about young women, and you want to steer it back to what men want to do.
No, they didn't ask men. They should have asked.
You can't even.
They should have asked every demographic to see how that actually lines up with anybody else.
Dude,
see what you're trying to do is you're trying to say it's only liberals women who have ever said that they wanted to go abroad. This is what you do.
Dave gonna marry if all the girls move away?
Little Dave is Spanish first. I thought I told you that.
No, you didn't tell me that. How can he be Spanish when his mother's not Spanish?
His mother is Spanish.
From Spain?
No, Latin.
Okay,
Latina.
well then she's not Spanish.
Spanish is our first language.
Okay, well, country of origin, people from Spain call themselves Spanish. If you speak Spanish, that doesn't necessarily mean you're Spanish.
Yeah, Latin. Whatever. Dominican, he's Dominican American.
Of course he is, Dave. Why wouldn't he be? So,
Right.
like I was saying, maybe he'll meet some American girl down in the Dominican Republic because they sure won't be here for him.
Right. And I totally support
So
that.
you can't even sustain a little bit of concern that, we've got falling birth rates and 15-year-old potential mothers at some point in their life don't even want to stay here.
Why would
You're
I give a
certainly
shit?
not America.
I'm not. I'm out of the game.
You, sir, are not America first.
Neither are you. So why are you talking to me?
Oh, I'm absolutely America first.
No, you're not. You're a Democrat.
I just don't think I'm America first, but I don't think America is like, can do no wrong. I'm America first, but I'm not an American exceptionalist.
You support the racist system. You called it racist, so I'm just going to say you support it by proxy.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah, you support it. That's what you're about.
I think being able to recognize the flaws in your parents and not repeating their mistakes, I think that's essential to making a better human being. Okay, I didn't raise my son exactly the way my parents raised me, and he's doing fine. Maybe he'll do better than I did. So not recognizing the flaws in your country doesn't mean you're not America first. It means that, hey, I know there's work to do to make America even better. That's the ultimate America first, in my opinion.
But knowing
that your country can be better in doing what limited power you have or what limited means you have to encourage the country to be better. How can you be more America first than that?
2 days ago, you know what happened?
No, tell me, remind me.
We were in Nidus chat, and he said to be black is to be the antithesis of white. And if this is a racist country, it's a white man's country, right?
And see, once again,
and every time you get a chance, you're over here doing the rain dance for some bullshit to happen.
Typical black conservatism. You use my words. You will use my words, but forget the context in which I said them.
Oh, you never do that.
If you will recall, Nidus didn't think that black and white were much different. I'm talking American culture. Blackness is the antithesis of whiteness. White and non-white are opposites. There are different rules for blacks in America, whether we want to admit it or not, than there are whites. The nature of freedom in American culture is different if you're born black than it is if you're born white. I can get knee deep into the theory. I can get knee deep into the racial and the social contract. I can get knee deep, but that's what I was talking about. There is no such thing. There can be no such thing in current American culture as colorblind. Black cannot be equal to white because of the nature of our American culture. You can be equal under the law and have different outcomes under the same law, depending on whether you're white or black.
So now you're talking about equity.
Okay, no, I'm not talking about equity. I'm talking about you taking my black is the antithesis of white out of context.
Two white people don't have the same outcomes.
And that literally, no, white people don't have the same outcomes. Sometimes
so why would you think a black and a white would?
Sometimes the outcome, they come out on the bottom and black people come out on the top. That's what the whole affirmative action lawsuit that the Asians had was all about.
Stanley, you gotta keep that down. You can't be saying that on a
racism, this reverse racism canard, where white males are have lesser outcomes because black people are doing better. That's literally what I'm talking about. Sometimes being white means you don't get the same good outcome that a black person does. It works both ways, but 90% of the time, whites will come out on top. That's just the way the system is designed.
Right. I've been blessed. I'm not going to say that I mostly came out on the bottom on a black versus white issue. I'm doing pretty good as far as that's concerned in that ratio.
Well, good.
Not
You
saying,
know,
not to me. You know what?
you
Let
and
me
Be
take that back
Brave,
because I'm not trying
you
to.
and Be Brave have a lot in common. You're okay being a second-class citizen because compared to blacks in other parts of the world, you live like a king. And if second best is good enough, great.
No, my white counterparts that I'm in proxy to have not done as good as me.
Okay.
And attempting at the same things. So, but that's my fault because I shouldn't use an anecdotal to win this argument.
Yet?
Am I what?
Have your white counterparts called you a black supremacist yet?
No. Why would they do that?
Well, I don't know. Just checking. All right, so let's move on here. This interview with Gregory Bovino, the Border Patrol, I think he's the actual head of the Border Patrol, been in some hot water in Chicago and all that. There is the New York Times Daily podcast did an interview with him, and I'd like to listen to at least a bit of it, if not all of it. Unfortunately, there's no video, but I'm very interested. And I'm sure a lot of people who are pro immigration would be interested in what one of their heroes has to say.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home.
Natalie Kitrow. This is the Daily.
What is he being pulled over for? There's a child! He's having a seizure. They're trying to rip the baby out of her hand.
My boy was a baby in the back. He wasn't doing absolutely nothing, bro. Mama, you okay, Mama? You okay? You're okay, Mama?
As the Trump administration ramps up its crackdown on illegal immigration, it's turned to one agency and one man officials believe can help them dramatically increase deportations. Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino.
Arrest as many people that touch you as you want to. Those are the general orders.
He's the law enforcement figure who's now at the center of the most aggressive raids and tactics being employed in American cities.
Why are your officers asking you where I'm from? I thought you guys are doing targeted arrest.
Today, my colleague Hamid Ali Aziz speaks to Bovino and explains why his militaristic approach may be here to stay. It's Wednesday, November 12th. Hamid, we're now almost 10 months into the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration. And over the course of that period, you've come on the show at several points, and you've told us that despite all of the videos that we're seeing of these ICE raids and these arrests and these very aggressive enforcement tactics, the administration is actually frustrated internally with the pace, the slow pace they see of deportations. And you've been reporting recently on the changes that they are making to try to address that. So let's start there. Walk me through that.
Yeah, the Trump administration, when they came in, they promised mass deportations. And as part of that, there was this massive push earlier this year to arrest 3,000 people a day. That was the goal. And ICE has gotten nowhere near that goal. Across the country, typically ICE on a weekday is averaging around 1,300 arrests. And because of the inability to get these numbers, there have been constant changes at ICE, and not just recently, but throughout the year. They've replaced their director, they've replaced multiple senior officials, and a couple weeks ago, they got rid of almost half of the senior leaders across the country.
Just to drill down here for a second, What is it that the administration is actually taking issue with? What are these leaders doing wrong, according to the administration?
I think one of the main issues here is that the way ICE has historically conducted immigration enforcement is really time intensive. What ICE does is they spend a long time surveilling a single individual. They send out several people to go arrest that person. Sometimes that person's not there. So there's so many resources, there's so much time just to get a small number of people. And right now, the administration and DHS and ICE is running into really kind of a inherent issue with the way ICE does its work.
It sounds like you're saying they see ICE as actually too methodical, which honestly is sort of hard to square with the images that we've seen of these agents tackling people, slamming people to the ground, breaking families up. But then again, we did talk to you a couple months ago about an ICE raid that you and one of our producers went on. And that was this big day-long raid where they only detained 3 people.
Yeah, I mean, there have been countless videos. You see ICE smashing windows to get people. We've seen officer-involved shootings involving ICE. There are these really dramatic videos of ICE conducting immigration sweeps in the country, but for ICE, that's the type of drama that they want to avoid. Typically, what they want to do is they want to secure the scene. They want to get in and out, and they take a lot of pride in conducting their immigration enforcement in this manner. But of course, to pull off a smooth raid, it takes time and planning, and the agents have to be meticulous in the lead up. And as far as the administration is concerned, time is something that ICE just doesn't have. So they've looked to another agency, and that's Border Patrol. Border Patrol typically operates near the southern border. They are in charge of stopping people who cross into the country illegally, and they're more willing to be in your face, to be more militaristic in many ways, and they're very aggressive in their approach. And they've been really behind some of the videos that have gone viral, including, people being chased at Home Depots, raids on apartment buildings, people being arrested at car washes. These are Border Patrol, not ICE. And now the administration wants them to do more and to be really at the forefront of immigration enforcement in the United States. And the guy that's overseeing all of this, the person who is the commander of this operation, is a guy named Greg Bavino.
Hey, Chief, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
So I recently spoke with him to understand his career, where he came from, and why he's been empowered by the Trump administration. And when you hear his story, it's pretty clear that his whole career has been leading up to this point.
And where does that story start for him?
Well, really at a young age, he's somebody who was drawn to the agency through books, through film.
I'm sure I'm not going to be telling you anything you don't know. The game's a little different around here.
In fact, he had a distant relative, he calls him an uncle, who was a producer in Hollywood.
Never knew him, but he produced a movie called The Border with Jack Nicholson.
The border. It divided the land. It divided the man.
And I remember, I believe I was approximately 8, 9 years old, and my parents took me to see that movie because Uncle Neil produced it. It was kind of a big deal from back in rural North Carolina to see something like that.
You're killing drivers. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, because if I don't know what I'm talking about, where's the driver you took in there today?
So we went and watched it.
See this line? This line right here I don't cross. This line right here.
It got me interested in the Border Patrol from an early age, and I juxtaposed that against the many authors from the 70s and 80s that were from the Border Patrol. They wrote a lot of books.
I think he was inspired by an agency in which people are overseeing these vast swaths of land. They're by themselves.
The extreme amount of violence that those Border Patrol agents, or they were called inspectors back then, were up against. And it struck me, wow, that was a pretty tough organization to be out there alone with no backup. And I began to realize that that thing called the U.S. Border Patrol is probably something pretty special. So I kept it in mind through the years. And when I had the opportunity, I put my application in and was accepted.
Yeah.
And the rest is history.
You know,
And
it's
he
funny.
joins the agency
Matt.
in 1996, and he starts at the El Centro sector, this area near the southern border in California.
Uncle Fatty, I guess that does look kind of like a brown shirt, doesn't it? Wow. Or is it kind of green? It's probably kind of olive drab, but it's probably close enough to brown for government work.
California.
You know, when I started there in El Centro, it was just open desert between the United States and Mexico. And I remember the amount of what we would call a drive-through. That's when someone takes a vehicle and drives across the border, whether it's with a load of illegal aliens or a load of narcotics. That was quite rampant back in the day there 30 years ago. Now,
and pretty quickly, he's almost put into the scenario that he imagined as a young man, you know, this area that's vast swaths of land. There's not a lot of agents out there. It's oftentimes agents by themselves. And so he's out there doing the work that he romanticized as a young man, arresting human smugglers, arresting migrants crossing the country
Now,
illegally,
what kind
really
of
being thrust
a
into these
young man
intense
fantasizes
scenarios
about
that
arresting
just years
people?
before he was reading in books.
Wow.
And from there, he was able to rise up in the agency, take on leadership roles across the country, including in New Orleans. And ultimately, in 2020, toward the end of the first Trump administration, he returns to El Centro and he takes over as Border Patrol agent in charge.
well, being able to return where I started, that was pretty special. So there was one area of the border that I thought I knew quite well. And once I got down there, I couldn't even recognize it. It was almost unrecognizable. So I noticed there was a lot more infrastructure. President Trump had put the new wall in, the 30-foot wall.
There's now a wall, there are roads.
The roads, the technology, the improvements that were made there under President Trump's administration. So that's something I noticed is a much more secure border.
And perhaps most consequentially, the policies are much different. The Trump administration at this time in 2020 has enacted a sweeping border policy that allows agents to quickly turn back people, deport them without any process or access to asylum.
We finally got what we were asking for. It's like they finally listened to the Border Patrol.
And of course, this was in the administration's reasoning as a result of protecting the American public from the spread of COVID.
Right. This was Title 42, the measure that allowed them to immediately deport people who tried to cross the border because of the public health emergency.
Exactly.
So it sounds like Bovino is excited by the Trump administration's full-throated approach to enforcement. How does he experience Biden coming to office?
He was not a fan.
It was like turning a light switch on and off. In this case, it was like turning the light switch off. We went back to the dark ages.
So during the Biden administration, it's important to note that the Biden administration continued to use Title 42 during the early years. But one thing that happened was...
I remember the order was given there from that leadership in D.C. It was called throughput and decompression.
There were so many people crossing the border that one of the strategies the administration took was to, quote unquote, decompress their border facilities. In other words, to release people into the country with immigration court hearings or with notices to go see ICE. And so during that process, many people, hundreds of thousands of people, were allowed into the country after they had just crossed illegally.
And it's just a massive onrush of millions of illegal aliens. You realize that, you know, a policy like that, how damaging that can be and how much work it could undo. It undid a lot of work, decades of work, all in a 24-hour period, basically. And that's all it took.
And for Border Patrol, that was really
It gratifies,
and upsetting.
it gratifies
and
me
Bovino
seeing
really
Ryan
kind of
getting some
embodies
smoke
that.
from from some
Right.
other
We
people
both actually
besides me.
covered this at the time, Hamid. I was covering this from the Mexican side of the border as a foreign correspondent. You were in the U.S. Bovino describes what he calls a totally open border. That is an oversimplification. But it's true that we saw a more porous border under Biden, and there was this huge influx of people. And rather than turning all of them away, there was this release into the country of many of these people.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think during the Biden years, there was not an open border. There were certainly people who were crossing illegally and being turned back. But during that time, there were so many people crossing that many people got through.
Yeah.
And for other migrants, there was this kind of idea, there was a message being sent that the Biden administration wasn't going to go to the lengths that the Trump administration was willing to go to, you know.
To stop them from entering.
Exactly. And as a result of that, you started to see hundreds of thousands of people crossing and willing to take the risk of potentially being deported because they knew there was a good chance that they wouldn't be and they would be allowed into the United States.
So here's Bovino. He's on the forefront of this in many ways. He's right on the border. And he's saying the Biden administration is asking his agency to do the opposite of its mission. So how does he respond to that?
Yeah, for him, he feels like he's not going to go along with what's happening in other parts of the border. He's going to try his own approach in his area.
One of the things we did in El Centro sector is we didn't do throughput and decompression. We continued to give consequences to those who would come across the border. And one of the interesting things is when you do provide a consequence to an illegal alien that comes across the border, guess what? They don't want to cross the border where you're providing consequences.
So despite what he sees as the Biden administration's stance of releasing migrants into the United States, he says that in his sector, they kept on turning back migrants at the border and deporting them. And toward the end of that time, as he's getting more and more frustrated with the Biden administration's policies alongside other Border Patrol agents who felt the same, he decides to amp things up even more.
What does he do?
In January of this year, in the final weeks of the Biden presidency, he conducts this sweeping operation in the Central Valley of California.
Operation Return to Sender. So Return to Sender was there in Bakersfield.
CBP stationed over 6.
Let me make one comment about Uncle Fatty. Cognitive self-awareness is not the MAGA strong suit. That's kind of an understatement, don't you think so, Uncle Fatty? I think that MAGA is very self-delusional. They have an image of themselves that actually other people don't. So, you know, I think it would be more accurate to say that they just have a delusional self-awareness. They're thinking there's something that they're not. They also think that most Americans want what they're offering, like this Bovino guy. Basically, he is leaving Chicago because he was just causing too much of a ruckus up there.
60 agents in and around Kern County, claiming the operation.
This is an area that is really vibrant with farm workers, many people from Latino backgrounds. And so he decides to send his Border Patrol agents there.
Arresting 78 people whom they said were illegally in the U.S. from Peru.
And pretty quickly, there are these scenes that immigrant advocates like the ACLU are reporting back, you know, farm workers who were in vans driving to work, pulled over, stopped, and arrested.
The alleged crimes spanned from child molestation to drugs and narcotic seizures to DUI convictions, vandalism, burglary, and domestic violence.
People at a Home Depot stopped and arrested.
I went out yesterday to 2 stores in Arvin, and they were all empty.
People who have status of some sort, including U.S. citizens, briefly detained.
What we're hearing is that the CBP pulling cars over and profiling folks.
And we went to Bakersfield because of what we had seen there coming from the border, where it was going to, where these smuggling networks were smuggling. And it certainly opened our eyes to the need for interior enforcement, whether it's attacking those smuggling networks going to and through Bakersfield, or those illegal aliens that were already in Bakersfield. Because
there are a couple of things that are worth pausing to talk about here. First of all, the tactics that he's using in this operation, pulling people over on their drives to work, sweeping up some American citizens in the process, that's a real escalation from what we were seeing at the time. But maybe just as important is where this operation is happening. It's not at the border. He's going into the interior of the country. And I'm wondering if you see this as a test where Bovino is starting to expand the idea of where the Border Patrol does its work.
Yes, definitely. I think for them, it's the idea here is border enforcement doesn't stop.
Yeah, we want no self-harm
people who cross
here.
illegally into this country. We're going to find them wherever they are.
How unusual is that, Hamid? Because I've only interacted with Border Patrol at the border. Is it something they've done before to go into the interior and do their work that way?
Yeah, I mean, there have been arrests of human smugglers, one-off events. Border Patrol has helped in the past. But this type of operation in which they are acting as essentially ICE officers, that type of thing is very unusual. That is something that I have not seen in my years of covering immigration.
And so what's the reaction? Like, is there fallout? What happens?
Yeah, definitely. Community members are upset. Immigrant advocates and lawyers are upset. And pretty quickly, the ACLU files a lawsuit calling out the work of Greg Bovino and his agents, basically saying that they were stopping people at random and arresting them without the level of reasonable suspicion that is needed to talk to them and to ultimately later to arrest them. They believe that this was sweeping operation targeting farm workers based on their appearance. And a federal court judge found that Border Patrol and Greg Bovino had actually violated the law and the way they operated in California's Central Valley. But despite that, Bovino sees that operation as a clear success. And it was a kind of test case for what it would look like if Border Patrol agents actually went into the interior of the United States and arrested immigrants.
Do you think at the time, despite the questions over the legality of the operation, Bovino might have seen Return to Sender as a model for the incoming Trump administration for how they might want to carry out enforcement?
We don't know exactly, but it's pretty clear that Bovino feels like this is the right way to handle immigration enforcement. This kind of no apologies, going into communities, rounding up people, and operating really aggressively in public spaces is exactly the kind of thing that really President Trump promised in his campaign. And this summer, as they're really trying to pick up their mass deportation effort, they turn to Greg Bovino and appoint him as tactical commander.
We already had the model down. We already knew what we were doing. And once we started, that good work spoke for itself.
And essentially unleash him on American cities.
We'll be right back.
I'm Kate Kelly. I'm an investigative correspondent covering money and influence for the New York Times. I remember a story that I worked on. There was a conspiracy theory about this event. At the time, I thought, that can't be true. That seems extreme. So I went about the reporting. I did a whole ton of interviews, and I wrote a draft of the story. But there was a little part of me that thought, you don't quite have this. So I went back out and did some more.
Move in. You start to see people being chased by Border Patrol agents in the parking lots of Home Depots. Car washes are another main area for Border Patrol agents to arrest immigrants. You see food stands on the street.
Hey, no les abra. Yo, are you fucking serious, bro?
Suddenly, there are all these videos coming out of Los Angeles
Leave him alone. He's a U.S. citizen. No. Bullshit. Get back on the sidewalk.
showing a really almost chaotic immigration sweep. It unleashes mass protests. President Trump sends the National Guard. It's this really intense period where the administration is saying, we're not going to back off. We're going to do immigration enforcement anywhere. And by we, it really means Greg Bavino, who's overseeing the operation.
What did the secretary tell you when she appointed you to this job? What did she tell you about what she expected?
We want you to make a difference. We want you to attack those smuggling routes and remove some of these really bad people and bad things from Los Angeles. Go.
This is the Trump administration saying, do this every single day in one of the biggest cities in America.
And what does Bovino say about the huge outcry that these tactics elicited? I mean, we remember the backlash, the protests, the anger, and the sense that a lot of people had that these raids just didn't have a lot of...
Uh-oh. Did you... Apparently, Richard says, get him Ryan. Did you come up here for...
I need to explain this to Uncle Fatty, who I like, by the way. Uncle Fatty, I like you. You're a good dude. But I just need to explain, by the way, why is the music so loud right now? I can't hear myself talk, which I'd love to hear.
I've got on earbuds. It's not loud to me. Let me turn it down.
Yeah, I don't even hear it, but yeah, hook Ryan up.
I think it's Ryan's own soundtrack playing in his head.
I'm back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Is that better? So let me explain.
You're saying the music's loud. Is it still loud?
Yeah, but it's okay. I can live with it because I'll just listen to my own voice, which I love to hear. All right, so here's how this happens. I'm going to explain it to Uncle Fatty and for the audience. So the key talking point by the Democrats, I'll give you the Republican and Democrat talking points, right? The Democrats say Medicare and Medicaid don't pay for illegals. The Republicans say through healthcare funding, we're paying for illegals and we want to stop it, right? So they're both using some semantics there. Technically speaking, Medicare and Medicaid don't pay for illegals to get healthcare. However, what occurs is the EMTLA and the DSH and various other federal programs who are funded through the healthcare spending that they're fighting over pay for emergency room and other services that illegals take advantage of. In addition, there are certain states like California that tax hospitals, okay, it's called a provider tax, that they use to maximize federal dollars coming in. So basically, none of these hospitals lose money. There's a provider tax that the federal government ends up paying in absorbed cost. So they're transferring the cost of the 30 million people that are here illegally on healthcare. They're transferring that cost to everyone else in society. It's a transfer cost, basically.
Okay, let me know when you're done because
okay, I will.
Oh, he's not done.
Yeah, so Medicaid. So basically, what the Republicans are saying, hey, if the states want to pay, great for healthcare, go ahead, but Medi-Cal pay. But I don't want to pay for California's healthcare program. Why do I got to pay? I'm not in California, right? If they want to have illegals on their dole, let them. But I don't want to pay. But the states are abusing this through this provider tax and the DSH and the EMTLA. So we're all paying for this shit.
Let me help
because illegals don't pay when they enter the emergency room. They don't pay. I'm not done.
Numbers are wrong.
Go ahead.
You're not paying for 30 million illegal aliens. You're paying for the ones that go to the emergency room.
Okay, so any of them that
And
go to the
I'm going
emergency
to
room,
argue that number is far smaller than 30 million.
let's say it's 10 million. Let's say
Okay,
it's
let's
5
not
million.
say, let's not even do a number.
Okay.
Let me state that the number is far fewer. It's far fewer than 10 million. I don't think 10 million illegals go to the emergency room every year. And let me also say that I have no problems providing emergency care, regardless of immigration status.
They go for cold, though. They go
As
for
a
sniffles.
fellow taxpayer, far be it from me to say someone should not receive emergency care. Now, if you
Okay,
want to be,
I agree.
if MAGA and the Republicans want to be that type of, do that sort of niggling over pennies for people who are visiting the emergency room, hey, have at it. I won't think any better of you.
And listen, I don't disagree for emergency services, right? Like, I don't think we should be inhumane. But just in seeking actual truth, the Republicans are saying we don't want to pay for health care for illegals, right?
Okay,
That's
listen to what I'm
saying.
saying.
That's what they're saying.
See, you say this is about semantics while playing a semantic game. If you want to call emergency room care health care, I guess technically you're right. But once again, the number is far fewer than 30 million. And if you want to be, not you as in Ryan, but you as in a class of voters who wants to deny emergency health care, then hey, I won't think any better of you. I don't have a problem paying taxes so people can visit the emergency room.
Healthcare is kind of broad. We now include abortions in healthcare and transgender services. The Democrats do.
Okay, I was very specific though. I said
just brought it to the House, though. Seriously,
emergency healthcare is what I'm talking about.
Well, they use it for everything. Go into an emergency room in your town and tell me who's in there, and then wait in line for 9.5 fucking hours.
Ryan,
like 20 illegals.
I understand and appreciate.
Dave knows I'm right. Dave knows I'm right.
Your love of
he's gonna semantically twist this thing real quick.
However, if you want to advocate for cutting off emergency care, if you can even do it, I don't think you can isolate a class of patient that comes into the emergency room. But if you want to be the sort of person that denies emergency health care, hey, you do you, but endure the criticism you're going to get with a smile on your face.
I just want to be the type of person that calls out reality when we hear Uncle Fatty saying, I don't want to pay for this and that, and the Democrats. Listen, it is about healthcare, and it is about funding emergency rooms, and it is about illegals, and that's the truth, right? And both sides are culpable here, which I've said many times.
The reality,
vote all these assholes out.
The reality is they, MAGA, or the advocates, want to cut off emergency room access for people who don't have an immigration status.
They don't want that.
What are they complaining about again?
They don't want to cut off. Dave, let me just. Oh, go ahead, Dave. Go ahead. I don't want to forget my point.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
If you're going to be a sanctuary state like California and invite people into your state, and you want to have Medi-Cal, the Republicans don't want to pay for that, right? They don't want to pay for sanctuary states and cities, and then make Georgians pay, Carroll County Georgians pay for Medi-Cal, for California.
So they don't want to pay taxes on emergency room visits by people without any sort of legal status, correct?
Yeah. Why should you pay for California?
Okay, no. Just answer the question. They don't
Yeah.
want to pay for that emergency room access if you don't have an immigration status, correct?
Do you mean like, yeah, Republicans don't want to pay it. They don't want other people in other states to pay it for California.
Okay, Republicans do not want to pay for illegals to have access to emergency room care.
No, that's not. No. That's not it, Stanley. You're conflating it. Republicans.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of it.
No. See, you're trying to twist it. Okay. The Republicans
I'm trying
don't
to
feel
understand
people in other states should pay for any specific states' healthcare choices. Okay.
I understand that, but specifically the choice you're talking about is allowing illegals to have access to emergency room care. That's the specific choice you don't want to pay for.
And whatever else, frankly, like emergency room care,
whatever else,
transgender surgeries, or whatever California chooses.
There is no whatever else in this case.
There is everything else. What if my emergency care includes transgender surgery? Did the Marylanders have to pay for California's choice to do that?
If it's considered emergency care, then yes, I guess.
Yeah. So then California gets to make those decisions.
See, now all of a sudden,
I gotta pay.
All of a sudden, you want to qualify emergency room care? Really?
Yes.
I just don't want to pay for California's choices. That's all.
Again, if you want to voluntarily admit that you want to be one of the ones who wants to cut off emergency room care to a class of illegal, hey, you do you. I don't have a problem paying taxes for it.
Yes, I'm okay with paying for emergency care for anyone that enters, but specifically not California's or any given states. As a federal taxpayer, I don't want to pay for California.
Okay, well, name me a hospital emergency room that isn't in a state.
They're all in a state, but why California's choices I shouldn't have to pay for those citizens' choices in California at the state level, and I'd be paying for that. Right?
So
that's the issue we're dealing with here.
You don't want to pay
for California healthcare choices. No, I don't want to pay for that shit.
Okay,
their decisions.
That's
choices.
Fine.
Now we'll pay for my own states.
We have heard your argument and we have judged you.
But understand, when Uncle Fatty keeps on claiming this nonsense, that's the real fight. It's over illegal healthcare and the state's choice.
I agree
to fund
with
it.
Uncle Fatty that none of this is nonsense. When it comes to emergency room care, I'm not going to be asking for a green card.
And listen, that's fine, but why do I, as a federal taxpayer, got to pay for fucking California?
Ryan, it's not all about you. It's not all about you.
No, it is all about me. I'm a taxpayer in Maryland.
I, as a taxpayer, don't mind.
Yeah, well, you pay for California's stupid decisions.
What about the taxpayers with a heart?
Fuck. Listen, all right, Dave, what were you going to say? Stanley's just fucking around now. He knows I'm right.
Yeah, you're right. I don't really know much about this whole thing, but how much did Obamacare have anything to do with why?
I don't know much about the whole thing, but I got something to say about it.
No, let him talk. Let him talk.
It's a question.
Why? He literally says he doesn't know anything about it.
Nope, I don't. So that's why I'm asking this question.
But you feel comfortable. How much did
Obamacare change everything to where it's set up?
No, I'm going to quote John Galt here. Those blacks.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
Typical black behavior.
Really?
No, you don't have to defend me against Stanley. You don't have to defend me against Stanley.
Talking about shit they had no business talking about.
I will say that, this medical thing is getting worse, like in terms of how much it costs. And the one thing, Obamacare was good in my opinion, but it was also bad because it doesn't put checks on anything, like in terms of what the government has to pay. So the costs are runaway costs now. Like It was the largest line item in the budget was healthcare last year. And then it was not defense, it was healthcare, right? People say, oh, it's defense. It was healthcare. They spent $2 trillion on healthcare. And it's just getting bigger each year. And they got to find a way to check the costs, right? So far, they haven't done that. And that's a problem. So the medical communities enrich themselves on it, and the insurance community. And I think that we need to do that, or it's going to bankrupt itself. What's this say? Who's paying for the birth of the babies born? Well, why high? That would be the American citizens subsidize that in the DSH and EMTLA for non-citizens, for people that don't have any money, and for non-citizens, we have to pay. We have to pay. So, and I don't know if it was passed under Obamacare or not, but over the years, we've passed various things to fund emergency rooms and to fund just free healthcare for people that can't pay. You know, like if you're going to have a baby, it's deemed an emergency, you know? So,
well, it is an emergency. Why? I mean, women die in childbirth and so do kids. Why would it not be considered?
No, it is. I agree it is. But there's actually a law that says that the federal government has to pay for the emergency room care. And it was before well, I'm saying there's a law. So they do pay regardless of the payee, regardless of who's paying for it. The federal government is going to subsidize it. Right. There's a law surrounding that, right?
Well, good. I like that law.
Well, I'm with you, but Stanley, I'll just say this. These states have abused the program, California being one of them with that stupid provider tax, right? They're enriching themselves at the cost of the federal taxpayers.
Let me ask you a question. Since it's such a big deal, why is that law not being addressed versus depriving or wanting or threatening to deprive illegals of emergency room care? If that specific law is the issue,
the California law,
address it?
Initially, I read that, and then I never heard it in the left-wing media at all. And just like you haven't, right? You haven't heard of it.
Now you want to blame the left-wing
media. Sucks. It is a left-wing media.
You totally missed my question, which is, why are you specifically in arms about emergency room care when it's a specific law that you want done away with?
So I'm up in arms.
We don't like the law, so throw a bunch of people out and deprive them of emergency care. That's what I'm hearing.
I don't like that California is transferring their costs to the national taxpayer.
Okay, so you want to cut off emergency care for illegals nationwide because of one California law.
The Republicans are trying to limit the funding to that shit in California, for example, right? They're stating we don't want to pay for illegals. That's what they're saying. We don't want to pay for illegals.
Right. And they're not talking about that law at all.
Well, they should be. Unfortunately, they're not.
Okay,
and by the way,
there we have it. So these horrible people are just targeting emergency health care and totally avoiding what they're really having a problem with. They want to shut down the government all because of one little California law, which I didn't hear him mention the law as an excuse for shutting down the government.
All we've heard is they want to shut off funding to Medicare and Medicaid. That's all we've heard, right?
Well, is that a lie?
No, it's not true. It's not. Listen,
okay, so it's a lie.
It is a lie. Yes, they want to deal with DSH, EMTLA, which is different.
Okay, well, one of those laws has to do with emergency care, right?
And by the way, there is some subsidy issues with the escalation in subsidies for the premiums for Obamacare, so that was affected as well. There's three things basically they're dealing with here that the media is not discussing. The Obamacare subsidies, which have gone up substantially.
Okay, well, why should the media discuss it? Why does everything get blamed on the media? The media
don't you want the truth?
The media did not shut down the government.
The media hasn't told the truth about any of this shit.
And I don't think you're watching a broad variety of media.
Did you know about the EMTLA, DSH, or the Obamacare subsidies?
I knew about the Obamacare subsidies. That was like the main reason that the Democrats didn't vote in the Senate for the bill. The Obamacare subsidies going up in December, and then the secondary issue was the other stuff about the healthcare, and it all boils down to they're calling emergency room visits healthcare, which I guess technically it is. But either way,
acknowledging that.
Either way, the Republicans come out with the short end of the stick on this.
Well, sure they do. It's hard to be a Republican, man. It's easy to say, here's some free shit.
It's
here's
hard
some free
to be
healthcare.
Well, what you really mean is it's hard to be a good human being and a MAGA Republican.
No, that's not it. It's hard.
Republicans, I used to think were worse than they are until MAGA came along and made them look like saints.
Well, Democrats, I used to think were trying to make everybody dependent on government with crippling costs and transfer of costs to the common person, and that's the truth. So,
well, it's a good thing they're not in charge right now, ain't it?
Stanley, do you not see that by the government funding this, it increases the costs for people that aren't on Medicare and Medicaid? Like, all of us pay more by them super funding this shit.
Okay.
Right?
Laying all this immigration shit onto rising healthcare costs is a canard, in my opinion.
Well, you don't understand economics, obviously. Then, so.
Okay, no, I do understand politics, and
but not economics.
The politics are MAGA will do anything to demonize illegal aliens.
It's not just illegal aliens, right? It's all
the
stuff.
One of the major shutdowns, one of the major talking points that the Republicans used was Democrats want to pay health care for illegal aliens. So the economics and politics aren't necessarily the same thing, but I do understand the politics of it. And what MAGA Republicans did was lay all of this shit at the feet of illegal aliens getting free health care.
Well, they were part of it for sure, right? That was true. Like, they weren't lying.
No,
they weren't lying.
I don't think if the Republicans had basically addressed the ACA, the government wouldn't have shut down. Republicans brought the healthcare argument into
they didn't.
The mix.
They
didn't. They did.
They didn't. Nope,
they did.
All they did was put forth a continuing resolution.
All the Republicans had to do was promise to deal with ACA before the end of the year the end of the year expiration date, and all would have been fine. Republicans brought illegals into the argument. Democrats did not.
Republicans.
We can't hear you, Ryan.
Republicans put forth. Okay, am I back yet? Hello.
I can hear you now.
Okay. The Republicans put forth a totally clean bill. There was nothing on the bill other than we're going to continue to pay for the government to the end of the year. And the Democrats brought forth the issue with the
Democrats had a problem because ACA was not addressed. All the Republicans had to do was add that into the bill, and the shutdown never would have happened. Republicans brought healthcare and illegal aliens into the fight, not the Democrats.
Okay, but do you understand that they just put forth a clean?
Okay, no. What you need to
we're going to continue to pay for things.
What you need to understand is you can't slither away from this.
The word healthcare wasn't mentioned in the bill.
If it was a clean
we're just going to keep paying.
If it was a clean bill and the ACA subsidies were an issue, they could have just said, hey, we'll add it into the bill. We will deal with it in December and been done with it.
They did say that. They did say we'll deal with it later.
They did not do that, is the problem.
But they did say we will deal with it later. And the Democrats said, no.
They wanted it in writing.
Okay, so you're saying the Democrats wanted it in writing. So the Democrats basically said, we'll shut it down unless you put it in writing.
Correct. And you want to know why? Because MAGA lies. The head of the MAGA No, dude, I'm going to say what I'm going to say, even if I have to put you in the back.
Well, you can do that all you want.
MAGA's leader is a known bald-faced liar, and the Democrats did not trust the word of the MAGA Republicans. They wanted it in writing. And I agree with that. MAGA, at the root of MAGA is a willingness to lie about the smallest things, and Democrats are right not to trust liars.
Okay, so can I respond?
If you can.
The Republicans would never have to increase the subsidies that they were requested to increase if the initial massive liar didn't lie and say healthcare costs are going to go down with ACA and Obamacare. Obama said the costs were going to go fucking down, and they went through the roof.
I guarantee you.
They're increasing it because Obama lied.
You shit whataboutism colored turds all the time.
Listen. You're saying
what does Obama have to do with this in 2025?
The ACA was an Obama agenda.
This is like an oldie but a goodie. What about?
Please, I urge the audience to look at when Obama said it. Oh, healthcare costs are going to go down with ACA. Look at the share price of United Healthcare since then. It's tenfold what it was. It was fucking complete ridiculous nonsense to get it passed. And now that people are dependent on it, there's no reversing it, right? It was a freebie. It was a fucking lie. And everyone in the public that works got fucked by that. Everyone got fucked. That's the truth.
Yeah, well, okay.
Everyone's paying more because of the super funding of it. And the subsidies have to go up every year because
we thank
they never were going to go down.
We thank you for the history lesson. Now back to November of 2025. This government shutdown didn't have to happen. All of it is going to be laid at the feet of MAGA, and then that's just that. The rest will be history.
I don't disagree with that, Stanley. Okay. At all. But I will. You there still? Man,
yeah. What's up, man? Tomorrow.
But I will say this. Okay. I will say this. I do believe it's going to be laid at Trump's feet and the feet of MAGA. Okay. And politically it will damage them. But I will say that it's disappointing that no one prior today has said anything about the truth about the funding of these programs, right? Like EMTLA, DSH, or those types of things. No one's talked about that in the media because they're pathetic.
Well,
the media is a bunch of fucking idiot liars.
The problem is the truth doesn't matter. The truth to so many people is the government shut down and caused harm and potential harm. That's the everyday truth.
But Fox and MSNBC suck. And that's really the bigger thing, right? Like, to me it is. If they told the truth, we'd all get the truth, but they fucking lie and distort everything. So nobody gets to make it.
All I have to say is, I know people are busy, but if you're watching Fox or MSNBC, you're really doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah, it's just propaganda.
They're entertainment and business entities.
That's right. So, but I think the American people are compassionate overall, right? But we don't get the truth, right? We don't get the truth. So, like the truth is, both parties were
Well,
kind of right
I
on
think
some
one
shit.
thing that Americans are spoiled about, they're used to being spoon-fed stuff instead of going out and, foraging for the truth. You might have to go out. You might have to go out and do a little bit of work to know the truth.
Hey, Stanley, I have a couple of questions here.
Sure.
If I can ask them a couple of questions. Okay, so if you say the subsidies are bad, if they got rid of the subsidies, why would insurance rates go up if they got rid of the subsidies, if the subsidies didn't bring the cost of insurance down?
Are you asking Stanley that or me that, sir?
No,
he's asking you.
I'm asking you that. Yeah, I'm asking you that.
So so with insurance and any entities, when the government gets involved in funding that, the insurance companies, the medical companies, the colleges, the housing, whatever it is, they find ways to absorb that government money, and it drives more demand for it. So it drives up the prices, right? So like with food, if the more demand there is for like whatever it is, I mean, the more demand there is for a given food, the higher the prices will go, because the sellers of those food can just keep raising prices, right? And the same thing happens. Well, that is a very, New York City has extremely high rents because there's great demand for the places. If you had 50% of the people today move out of New York City, just leave, fuck it, we're going to Florida today, right? All of a sudden you have all these available units. Those rents.
No, you wouldn't.
Those rents would fall substantially.
They wouldn't. I mean, the demand, like, the reason why they have high rents is because they don't have rent control.
So that's absolutely that's not true, sir.
It is okay. So 50,000
that violates every law of economics that's ever been written.
Okay, that's not true either. So here's the thing: if 50,000 people move out, and there's 50,000 people who want to move in, the prices stay the same. They don't go down. They continuously go up without rent control. That is exactly how that works. All right, so you couldn't answer the question about the
no, I could answer the question, sir. You're not correct, sir.
No.
If 50,000 people move out and don't move back in, nobody occupies those units. What happens to the price of those units?
Sir, but that's an assumption that's not going to happen. People
it's the law of supply and demand.
Yeah, but people want to live in an area.
Okay.
Yes, they do. So there's no assumption that people are not going to not move into those places. There's a wait list, and there's people who desperately want to live in that place.
And so my point there is, and so you're absolutely right. There's a wait list, right? There's great demand for those places.
Correct.
So therefore, the price of those places is going to be extremely high and continue to go up unless there's more units or less demand.
No,
right?
Unless there's rent control and how much you can actually raise rent by, that's what actually would control costs in that specific situation.
Okay, let's do some math because we'll figure this out together. Okay, if you have 10 million available units and 10 million people that are going to move into those units, then it's going to they're $1,000 a piece, right? But all of a sudden, they build 10 million more units, so there's 20 million units, and 10 million people want those units. You can't raise prices because people could just move to a different place, right?
You just added
because there's excessive supply. There's excessive supply at that point, right?
But you just added excessive supply to the equation when we wasn't even talking about excessive supply before.
We're talking about the laws of supply and demand. The government creates excessive demand, which drives up pricing for anything. The government has so much fucking money, they drive up the prices,
you have to hold on one sec. You have to be careful. Rent control is something that's introduced into the supply and demand paradigm as well. Just like the 10 million units,
it's a distortion.
10 million extra units are added, and that changes the equation. Rent control changes the supply and demand equation as well. It's artificial.
The same way.
But by increasing
supply and demand are more or less natural phenomenon. Rent control is artificial. Just like building 10 million extra units is artificial.
Well, but hold on a minute. Rent controls are affecting price. So supply and demand, the price will move based on supply and demand, right? The price point, what things buy.
Yeah, but rent control literally is a price control. It's artificial.
Yes.
If you just said, hey, if we were out in the
It's
jungle,
a distortion. It's a distortion.
Right, if we were out in the jungle and it's hunter versus, the deer. Eventually the deer's gonna, when you kill off the deer, deer meat's gonna get expensive. People are gonna be fighting over the resources. The supply and demand are literal natural phenomena. The price control.
In economics, it works like this, right? So when you minimize the available supply, the price goes up, right? And so the price increases. And then there's a certain point where other people go, damn, that's a profitable business. And they get into that business and make more available supply. And then the price will come back down because there's more supply, right? The supply is meeting the demand. That's called equilibrium. And I mean, this is mathematical equations here, right? So when you increase demand, the price goes up. When you reduce demand, the price goes down. When you increase supply, the price goes down. When you reduce supply, the price goes up. Right? That's like Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations. This is Econ 101 here, right? When you artificially put in price controls without reducing or increasing supply or demand, that's a distortion in economics, right? You follow me on that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Okay. So really in New York, I don't like the price control idea. I do like the idea of introducing more supply, available units, right? That'll stabilize it. If they don't introduce available units,
it's a price control, though.
It's not a price control. No,
it isn't. It does serve as a means of price control. I say
it affects.
Because I don't give a shit about.
It is like a de facto price
well,
control.
It affects the price. It directly affects price. Increasing or reducing supply or demand affects price. But it's not an artificial price control like Stanley said, right? They're not artificially doing it. They're doing it with the laws of supply and demand. So here's the larger point, right? When the government gets involved in funding things, right, it really heavily impacts the price because they have so much money. And these businesses just find ways to absorb the government money, to soak it up and still raise the fucking price because it creates so much demand.
I have another question here. Is the Affordable Care Act, the creation of it, is it a Democratic plan or is it a Republican plan?
It was initially a Democrat idea with probably before Bill Clinton. I think even Nixon talked about it.
Wasn't.
Okay. I don't know which one. Again, I'm not sure. I know it's been talked about on and off. I do think there's no cost controls in the.
No, I know for sure.
He's going back to the Romney days. Remember, it was Romney as governor of Massachusetts.
Yes.
But you got to remember, even though he was a Republican governor, Massachusetts is a notoriously liberal state.
It's pretty progressive.
It was Romney care at some point.
And listen, I'm not against.
And it was a Republican plan that came up by the Heritage Foundation. A Republican thing.
I remember that. Okay.
Yes, because the actual Republican Party still wanted insurance companies to be in the marketplace. Me, I don't believe in insurance. I think hospitals do the work. I think there should be single payer. I don't think insurance companies should even be able to exist.
What do you mean by single payer? You mean the government pays?
The hospital when they do the work, not the intermediary, which is the actual insurance. Yes.
Well, what if you don't have any money? Then who pays?
Again, the insurance.
Well, no, he's saying single payer. Basically, it's nationalized health.
Money exchange hands one time. Like you have to understand that insurance companies stop you from getting health care. You pay for insurance.
So you're saying the government pays for everyone's health care?
No, that's not what I'm saying. All right, so All right, so let me complete my explanation, and then you can ask me
Okay, that's
questions
cool. Yeah, that's cool.
about,
And I'm
about
not
my
trying to be
explanation.
belligerent or anything. I'm just
No,
wondering.
no. Like, this is about understanding how this actual system works. So I used to sell
Okay.
insurance. So,
Okay.
all right, so hospitals perform the work on people.
Yes. Okay.
Insurance companies control access to the hospitals actually performing the work. By
Okay.
having single payer, money change hands one time. Like you go to the hospital, you set their bill by the hospital. Insurance companies stop you from getting health care. They will tell you that you have health care, and then all of a sudden you realize things ain't covered. There's co-pays, there's co-insurance, there's deductibles, there's all this other stuff. Hospitals don't need that. Hospitals just need to be directly paid for their actual services. Now, insurance companies stop you from getting health care. So when the Heritage Foundation came up with the idea of a market-based solution, which was the Affordable Care Act, and quotes, they still wanted the insurance companies to be in there controlling who got health care or not. That's what I'm saying. You don't need insurance in order to have health care. You need doctors and nursing assistants and all that to have health care.
I don't like the fact that there's another person involved. The question is, who is the single payer? When you say single payer, do you mean the government pays or the individual pays at the point of service?
The individual pays.
So the government doesn't pay. What if you don't have any money?
I mean, the government pays at that point.
So the government pays. So the individual. So I don't disagree with you. Like, in other words, I think the individual should have more control over where and be able to shop, by the way. I'll call 10 hospitals and say, how much is your heart surgery services, right? That's not involved in healthcare at all. There's no competition. And my problem is that, right? Now, which, by the way, the government isn't shopping. They're just paying the bills, which is why it is so underwater in terms of costs, right? There's no way to control the fucking cost of this shit.
There is a way to control it. Other countries have shown you.
Which is what?
Yeah, universal health care, single payer. Israel has it. England has it. Canada has it. Yeah.
So you're saying for single payer, though, is the individual. So if I have a job and I'm working, do I pay for the services at the hospital, or does the government pay? Because these other places have nationalized health care, not single payer. It's nationalized.
It's still the same thing. They don't have an insurance company that controls access to actual healthcare, and they also don't allow corporations to sell kryptonite as food within the actual culture as well. So you have kind of a two-pronged thing going here.
I'm against government subsidies of food and everything. Trust me. Okay, I think that
I don't see anybody fighting for that, though. I have never seen a government shutdown because Elon Musk get a for free infrastructure built across the country. I don't see that. I've never seen anybody even fight for that. Actually, I've seen the opposite of that.
When you say Elon Musk, how's he getting it, though?
Okay. These Tesla stations that allow people to charge their cars across the country is infrastructure that he didn't have to pay for. But it's connected to his sole product that he's actually successful for. And they don't allow for competition within the actual country. Because there are far better electric cars than actual Tesla. That's not the best electric car.
Well, listen, you're not gonna get me to argue with you that I think that the funding of the environmental bullshit was excessive, ridiculous, and over the top. It was totally, and I'm glad Trump blew that up, by the way. So some of it, not all of it.
But you're talking about a different issue. I'm talking about the Elon Musk situation that he benefited off of that no one else did when he's already a billionaire. I'm talking about that specific thing. What you're talking about is something totally different. That is a very specific example of a quote unquote.
What you're saying is you believe in a corporate welfare idea, that there's corporate welfare, correct?
There is no actual idea. It's corporate socialism. That's what it is. We're okay with corporate socialism because people think that by a corporation being actual greedy, that they're going to benefit off of it trickle down style, which I think these people.
That's actually not that's not what it is. U.S. corporations in their profitability are largely funded And the shareholders are U.S. citizens in their retirement accounts largely. Teacher pensions, fireman pensions, that's who owns the stock market. It's not like rich people. It's institutional investors. Look it up, please. Look it up. Look up who owns all the shares of the stock market. It is.
So are you saying that
do you have a
firemen are sitting
401k,
on the
sir?
actual board of directors of these companies, or are there actual people who don't work who do that? I mean, every time I bring up something specific, you expand the conversation to include something that's generalized. And
Do you have a 401k or an IRA, sir?
I don't have either one of those. I build businesses. I don't do anything like that.
So if you build businesses, so
Yes.
most of the country works for a corporation as a percentage of the population, or they work for the teacher. Their teacher. They have the teachers union. You have, they're in the steam fitters local. They're cops. They're whatever, right? All these people.
I'm skilled labor who hire other skilled labor. That's what I.
That's cool.
Skilled labor.
That's cool.
All right.
So, but most of the country works for a company, a state government. All these places end up being invested in our stock market, and those companies have to be profitable. Or I'm going to sell those shares. Well, like Apple has to be profitable. Tesla
it doesn't have to be profitable. I mean, Apple get a lot of subsidies. Walmart, incredibly.
What subsidies do they get? What subsidies?
Who, Apple? Dude, they get tons of subsidies from the actual federal government. Dude, like, do you really think that Apple as a company and the phones that they sell within this country that is created over in China has the same equal market ability than any other Samsung or anything else? Do you think that that's an equal playing field?
So you think that we should? So you mean tariffs or subsidy? We're subsidizing Apple as a country. Are we giving them better tax rates? I don't understand.
Yes, we are being better tax rates over someone else.
Well, we would be taxing
I'm
Apple.
in the transportation industry. Knight Swift, JB Hunt, they get way different tax breaks than me, even though we're in the same quote unquote career field or business or whatever.
So JB Hunt, that's a large multinational, or is that a U.S. based business? What is the?
They do.
I've heard of JB Hunt.
They do both. No,
freight hauler.
Yeah. They do both, but it's just an example of how the larger companies get far more breaks from the actual government than actual small businesses do.
Are you an LLC or an S corp? Are you an LLC or an S corp?
No,
okay, so as an S corp, you're paying corporate taxes on what your company makes, and then you would pay yourself out of those taxes as the CEO or whatever your role happens to be there, right?
Yeah,
but you're paying
salary. I don't take a salary. I just fold everything that I do in life off into my company. I don't take a salary.
I mean, how do you survive?
I fold all of my business expenses in my life right back into my company. Like I said, I don't take a salary.
So therefore, you don't pay personal income taxes on the money, but your company still pays taxes on its profitability.
Oh yeah, like a whole hell of a lot. But
yes.
What I'm saying, me as a company of my size,
yes,
I don't pay the same tax rate as somebody who's 10 times my size. Like
the only way they're not paying corporate taxes is either committing tax fraud, or they are buying things at the end of the year so that they don't have any gross income. Okay, well, what other tax subsidies would they be eligible for?
They pay a different tax rate than I do.
So the corporate tax rate's 20%, 15%. What is the rate? Right.
For them,
so what is
probably less than 15.
The only way they're doing that legally is by offsetting that with depreciated expenses, which can be deducted up front, right? So, carry forward deductions, etc., right? So, and there's reasons that the government is doing that, which is to stimulate business and shit like that.
No,
but,
dude, listen,
but for
you
in your
can't just
case,
walk into a bank and go get loans at the same level that you can as a large ass corporation. Like if banking wasn't fucked up in this country, any actual person can go build a company just like JB Hunt because they would have access to capital. But since banking is fucked up here, they want you to have a large amount of cash on hand before they allow you to do business like that.
And they're
And
looking at
as
your
these
debt to
business,
income ratio and things like that for sure. Yes. They're looking at your
yeah,
debt
but a
to
large
income.
corporation don't have that, and you have to understand that being on the side of large corporation, or not on the side of, I'm sorry, wrong, incorrect term. You have to understand that every company within a subsegment of a career field does not pay the same tax rate. Period. We
But the
just don't.
only way they're doing that, right, is taking advantage of and or utilizing it's tax planning basically. But
It's
the
tax fraud.
government,
It's organized tax fraud. Like,
well, it's only
listen,
tax fraud if it's like if you have a CPA, it's their obligation to get you the most deductions that you can
correct.
based on
But
the
what I'm
laws,
saying is,
right?
based on what type of company they are and how big they are, they pay less of a tax rate as a percentage than I do. And they can always grow their company far larger than I can, and they can get far more tax write-offs on the equipment that they buy than I can, and that's not an
They're
actual
just
equal playing
depreciating it
field.
up front. They're depreciating it up front. You can do that too if you want to. Right.
That's not true. If I don't have access to go spend billions or millions of dollars on something and expect millions of dollars in tax rebates back, which would make the equipment free, I don't have access to that. They do because of how their size and scale.
Well, they
So what I'm saying is that protecting that sort of system, you're never going to get skilled labor to actually compete with actual capitalists. I don't like capitalists, period, because they always claim to be broke. They always get all the
in your
breaks.
sir, in your
And
case, you have a corporation, right?
yes, hmm
You're that the corporation has profits. You're paying
yes,
the corporate profit tax rate, which is 20% probably, like that's the corporate rate, right?
no,
And then
it's more like
you're not
it,
taking
it,
any money out of the company. You're leaving it in the company, right? So the
yes.
bank account's growing or whatever, right? But you're
Mhm.
not personally paying personal taxes on that money, right? This is exactly what Elon Musk did 4 years ago when people said Elon Musk isn't going to pay any taxes this year. He's not going to pay any taxes this year on his $11 billion, right? He
But
did
he
the
gets
same.
billions of dollars in subsidies from the government. I don't get that.
Yeah, but hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. He didn't pull any money out of it. He didn't pull any money out of his company at all, right? Just
Yeah,
like you're not doing.
yeah.
So do you think they were being honest when they said, "Hey, Elon Musk isn't paying any any income tax this year. You're not either, right? You're not either."
That's not
So that was
necessarily true. So
that
what I'm
was a
saying is
bullshit
that
thing, right?
okay. So here's the thing. I'm not going to defend Elon Musk. I'm not going to suck the corporate dick of larger fucking capitalists. Okay, that's one thing you're not going to find me doing.
But you're a
All right.
capitalist.
Okay, I'm not a capitalist.
Okay.
What
Go
would
ahead.
make you? I told you that I was skilled labor who hire other skilled labor.
But you have a company, right?
That doesn't mean I'm a capitalist. What is going on here? I've already explained that. I am not a capitalist.
Do you have a company that's
Yes.
registered to this S corp? And do you
Yes.
bill for your hours? Do you bill for your time? So in other
Yes.
words, you make money. You make a profit.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
capitalism. You're a capitalist.
That's not capitalism.
What would you call that?
That is not capitalism.
What is it?
Okay.
I mean, it's probably free market economics, but it's not capitalism.
Are you saying capitalism
Okay,
in
well,
the sense that
you've
you're
lost it.
utilizing
It's-
money to make money? Like you're just using money and not
Yes.
labor? Okay.
Yeah, using money to make money. That's what makes you a capitalist.
So,
Using money
okay.
to make money, and you are not putting any type of effort into it, like no sweat equity at all into it. Capitalism has a very specific
So what would you
definition.
call? I mean, what other type besides capitalism are you laissez-faire?
No. Laissez-faire is what like large capitalists want, like no rules, complaining about the tax rate in other places. Like no, that's what capitalists do.
Right. Well, we have taken capitalism, and it can cover a large variety of things. But the bottom
Okay,
line
so
is
capitalists
that
just think capitalist is synonymous with investor class. Investor class has no idea how things work. They come in with a large amount of money. They invest into it. They don't care about how it runs, and they're looking for the maximum amount of profit, regardless of if the work gets done or not. That's what.
Okay,
a
so
capitalist is.
basically, are the bourgeoisie the actual? I don't know the. Trying to think of the term for it. Basically, the people who run companies, who start companies, they tend to be bourgeoisie, right?
I don't know. Okay, you have to explain what bourgeoisie is.
Okay, well, I'm
I
trying
don't know.
to I'm
Upper
trying
middle
to
class,
open
I
up
mean,
my
so
marks here. Okay, you're either going to be capital or you're going to be labor. Which are
Yes,
you?
I am skilled labor. I'm skilled labor.
Okay, so essentially you're a type of socialism where the labor basically owns the means of production, and I'm using
Yes.
means of production kind of loosely here.
No. But you're correct though. But you are correct.
Okay. I pretty much get it.
So you're a socialist then?
No, I'm
Okay.
not a socialist.
Well, that,
No, I
well,
mean, I don't mind socialism at all. I mean, everybody carries a socialism security card right in their wallet.
that's a form of socialism for sure. So,
Of course
but
it is.
you hire, so you as a skilled labor, you are in a field, like let's say it's welding or whatever, right? So then you sell your services to a company and then do welding services, and then you bring in skilled labor to do their services, right?
That is correct. And I have no interest in devaluing my skilled labor. A capitalist has all the
But do
reasons
you
in the
do the
world.
work? Do you do the work
Yes.
yourself?
Yes.
And then you will bring other people in to do the work as well.
The same work, yes.
Do you make money off their labor?
Yes.
You're a capitalist.
I am not a capitalist. Sir.
So that's a definition of capitalism. Right there, bud.
That isn't. You still don't understand capitalism. All right, so what I do is I'm
Wait, do you mean like a venture capitalist, a person that just deploys
I am not
cash
a
and
venture
invests?
capitalist. Yeah, venture capitalist is a
Okay.
type of capitalist. Yeah.
How many of the people do you hire that are illegal immigrants?
It's 12th man. Hello, 12th man. I don't know what the fuck he's saying.
No. He asked a viable question. How many of these people are illegal immigrants? I don't hire illegal immigrants. I hire people who have legal status.
So
what's your trade, sir? What's your trade, sir? If you don't mind. Okay, you're transpo. Okay, that's cool. I mean, I'm from a working class background. I was a bricklayer, so I feel you. But I will say that, I'm not from the ilk that can just invest and deploy capital. But I do believe in capitalism, and I do. And if you are billing for people's time, if you end up with 200 guys working for you, and you're billing for their time in the transportation business, see, you're going to accumulate some money. And if that money's sitting in the bank, so you're going to want to find ways to invest that money, right? And then you're going to be a real capitalist. So I don't know any other way around it, my friend. I don't know any other way around it.
No, you're trying to make me a capitalist when I'm clearly not one. I am skilled labor who hire other skilled labor people.
But I will tell you, so like I just ran the scenario, like what happens when you got 10 guys working for you and you're making money off all those guys, right? Then what? You're going to have a lot of excess money. I mean, that's essentially, you're just running a business. Like that's capitalism, So
No,
that's
capitalism. He's like Mandami, make money off other people's labor while you sit back and smoke cigars.
That's what a capitalist would do. That's not what I do. I still work every single day, most days out of the week.
Say that a lot of capitalists are managing that business, right? So they see themselves as working. I don't like people that inherit money and can do that shit, right? But I certainly appreciate when someone's running a business.
Those are the worst individuals. Like those boomers who inherited those businesses from the silent generation. Those are some of the worst individuals in this country.
There's not many people that are able to enjoy. So, you know, there's been very few people able to inherit that kind of shit. You know, I wish I was one of them. I'm jealous of them, believe me. But, you know, I come from white trash,
I'm
and
not, you know,
I'm jealous of them. Shit, I wish I had rich parents. You know, well, that's not true. I'm glad that I've learned the lessons I've learned by being broke. You know, but you know,
yeah, I mean, like this, and that's how come I would never be a pure off capitalist who act like how most capitalists act in this country. Like there are there's capitalist countries all over the world. It's just that we have the worst version of it because at some point in time, the actual capitalist class don't give a shit about labor.
I would tell you that, you know, we're not as bad as you think. You know, we do have a lot. We do have a lot of protections for a lot of workers. We do have a lot of regulations. Like if you go to some of these countries, man, there's none of that shit. So,
I know. And
we're
those are
not
not capitalist
perfect.
countries.
Well, I mean, China is you know, China's kind of a blend. I mean, believe it or not, we're actually considered a mixed economy. We have social elements of socialism and capitalism. I will say this though, okay? We have the biggest issue. The United States has tremendous inequality, right? Between Elon Musk and the poorest person, there's quite a large gap. Okay.
Okay. So you make my point now.
Okay. So, however, there's good and bad about that, right?
Yeah, but
a
Elon
lot of
Musk need
people.
no subsidies of any kind. He don't need any government help. He shouldn't be getting government loans. He shouldn't be even working with the government like that.
Well, hold on a minute. Hold on. So I say, okay, I say to people that are more on the socialist side, I say, okay, well, give me an example where socialism's working. And they point to Europe, right? They say, well, look at Europe. You know, they have a lot more social programs and they have a lot higher tax rates and they redistribute a lot of money, right? They do. But here's the problem with that, right? You tend to end up overly regulated and it crushes the growth of your economy. Russia, it does.
It crushes the growth of billionaires existing as an actual element of society, but it doesn't crush the actual growth of the actual economy.
The standard of living in Europe has been steadily flat or declining to the point where Mississippi, our poor state, has a higher standard of living than merry old England. Than England.
No, come on, dude. Don't.
Yeah, look it up.
I'm from
Type
Mississippi.
it into Google. Type it into Google.
I've been to England, even the rural parts.
Well, no, he's actually actually in the Washington Post or New York Times or one of those newspapers. Not only that, but just in related news, Mississippi's shot up to like number 37 or something. They had like a really big jump in their education rank in the country.
Phonics would work.
We used to be dead last.
Yeah.
Hey, who knew teaching phonics
no
was
longer
good?
are you?
Because
No longer is Mississippi dead last.
So I mean, because of no funding, no funding of things. That's what it is.
So what I'm saying is this, right? Our system's jacked up, and we have to find a balance between not hitting the growth part of it and, you know, like continuing to raise the standard of living so that our weakest and poorest are able to do okay. You know, you got to find that sweet spot. Europe is fucked. I'm going to tell you right now, none of their economies have grown. Germany's in decline. The U.S. is still advancing, even with all the inequality.
They let all those goddamn immigrants in there, and it's turning
that's
into a third world country.
There's no innovation. They're overly
is that
regulated.
Right, 12 man. So you're saying that it only took immigrants to crash Europe?
Man, look.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of problems.
Now you're talking to someone who does not have that much sympathy for the former colonialists. They did it 200 years ago. They did it to some places, so now it's happening to them. Pardon me, but I'm not that empathetic.
I'll just say
we
that like
don't
their
live in
system
Europe,
is fucked.
Stanley, so
Then why
we
the
don't
fuck are
have
you
to deal
talking
with
about it?
all that
Then
shit.
why
saying.
the fuck are you brought up Europe, son? Well, actually you didn't. You just wanted to talk about the immigration to Europe. My bad.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But you
I'm
gotta
glad
find
these
that
immigrants are over
balance.
here making money though, because at the end of the
You
day,
gotta
somebody
find.
needs to take up these actual jobs that are here, and if you don't do it, then somebody else will. And like in other countries, the reason why they don't have that immigration situation is because those people are willing to take those jobs. They sure the hell would, and they do. That's how come they don't have that bubble within their actual economy. So I mean, you're never gonna get me to complain about immigration because it's actual jobs available. People not filling them. They need to be filled by somebody. Those people come over here to work. And if you didn't want that, then you would have a staffing company that
Then there
actually
needs to be a
filled those
legal
jobs.
process to do that. You can't
It is a
just
legal
go
process.
willy-nilly into any country in the world and work and make
What's up,
money.
Mr. Scribes?
How you doing,
have
Stan?
to be accepted in that country.
How's everybody
Okay?
doing tonight?
All right. I mean, but we
Outstanding.
allow it here because we're like a cheap labor wage country that allows that. Like we're arresting all these immigrants, but we're not arresting human resources personnel. We're not arresting CEOs of companies. We're not arresting. I mean, if you didn't want immigrants here, just use the I-9 system.
We're not even
I-9
finding them.
verification system.
Yeah, we used to find them. If we would find out that they were hiring illegals, they'd find them, and if they get caught again, they get hit with a bigger fine. Third time, they go to jail.
No. It's very easy. If you get caught
damn
with
it,
undocumented personnel on your staff, the CEO goes to jail.
Hold on, am I
Period.
back? You guys hear me?
Yeah.
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 Oh, all right, cool.
No,
Yeah, so
I
that's
agree with that.
Yeah,
I'm
but
cool
guess
with
who
that.
stops
with
that?
that.
The same people who actually don't want the I-9 verification system are the same people who don't want to raise the minimum wage.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's the same people.
look, the way you raise the wage, you think the government should do it. I think you got to limit the
Yes.
number of workers at a job. You're in the transportation business. If I immediately bankrupted 50% of the people that you compete with JB Hunt, you compete with all them, your prices would go up because you would charge more money like every other company.
Yeah.
So what you got to do, it's the same with the cost of labor. To drive up the price of labor, doctors are very expensive because there's few of them and they can
What
charge.
happens when you drive down the price of labor, though?
Yeah.
When you drive down the price of labor, when you introduce a whole shitload of people that'll do the same job, you can push down the price of labor because all of a sudden you got all these excess workers, right?
But you know what the problem is, Ryan, is that these people that come in here illegally, they're not going for the degree jobs. They're going for the low skill labor. So I'm all for the 500,000 Chinese to come in. I think we should offer them all citizenship afterwards. And I think after 5 or 10 years, everybody on this panel would feel a different way.
No. Like what I'm
about
saying is,
immigrating
if
and
you work for an
labor.
American country, one day I want you to be a citizen. If you want to hire illegal immigrants, I want you to pay those illegal immigrants 3 times the amount of money that you would pay an American worker.
Yeah, pay a fine 3
That
times
would,
the price.
yeah, that would fix the issue. But at the end of the day, you can't have people who don't want to raise the minimum wage are the same people who want to go after illegal immigrants. You just can't have that shit. Somebody has got to pay other than the actual workforce here.
Yeah, but if you
have to
get rid of the illegal
you have to
immigrant,
punish.
to incentivize people to go back to work, you have to pay them more than you would pay those immigrants. And that's what they don't want to do. Because they're used
What I'm
to
saying
that
is like
profit that
so
they're
what you're
getting
saying
right
is
now.
They'll have
so
to.
what you're saying is that a minimum an actual in-class minimum wage or all right, better term, a set wage for a set group of people. So let's say if people come in and they do construction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If
I'm
you're,
in the
if you're
construction
doing
industry,
construction,
so yes, I can speak to
okay,
it.
so if you're doing construction, you have to pay this person XYZ amount of money per hour, whether they are an actual immigrant or not. Now that would fix it. At the end of the day, that would fix it.
Well, it
But
doesn't really fix it.
Well,
Doesn't
it
fix
would
does
would
fix it.
incentivize. It
It
wouldn't
wasn't
incentivize to hire illegals. Right now, they're incentivized to hire
correct.
illegals because they get them at a cheaper rate.
Correct.
Yes.
So if you take away the
But
incentive, then there's no reason for them to keep
Correct. But
coming.
going after the illegal immigrants themselves is not the way to attack it. The way to attack it is attack it from the business standpoint. Like if we show
it
up to
doesn't
your actual
minimum wage,
job
but it
site,
doesn't work. What you're saying doesn't
no,
work.
no.
It
I'm
doesn't.
going to tell you how it's going to work, and then you're going to tell me how it's not going to work.
Okay, go
If I
ahead.
show up to your job site and you have
Yep.
illegals on your job site, I'm going to take every single dime that you have and I'm going to close your business.
I'm okay with that.
Period.
But go ahead. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
They're not doing that, but I'm okay with that.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. That's my standard, and no less than that standard.
You're
That-
hired.
I like it. I love what you're saying. But
Correct. But
reality
when
is
you
that
have
doesn't
that
happen.
standard, no. But see, that's my standard. It doesn't matter whether it does happen or not. It does happen or
If you
not.
run,
It's a
I'll
law
vote for
enforcement
you
issue.
because of that. If you run, I'll vote for you. I agree with you. I'm in construction. I've watched tremendous amounts of jobs go from Americans to other groups, right? And I'm in Washington D.C.
I
area.
want
right?
these kids to have backhoes on fucking football fields. I don't want
I
nobody
love
playing
it.
sports. I don't want fucking none of that shit. You don't
I
have
like
to
it
drive
too, my
goddamn
friend. I
traffic.
love what you're saying.
I think sports is a waste of time. It's a distraction. It only helps people to gamble. That's all sports does for most people. It
Yeah,
just
fuck
makes
sports.
people
I'm
gamble.
with you. I want to. Yeah,
It's
man.
a waste of time.
Well, look,
So what
here's
I'm
the
saying
issue,
is it
right?
pure? Is it's an actual pure? Like we do that shit in our community. Like, look, there's mentoring and there's all that shit. So when these kids, dude, they're already thinking about careers at like 12 and 13 fucking years old. So by
I
the
love
time
that.
they hit 18, they know what the. I mean, I spent most of my formative years in Germany when I was in the Air Force. So I know how shit can be set up, and people don't understand. You get these motherfuckers job focused and shit, you won't have a crime issue in your fucking community.
Well,
You won't
listen,
have
sir.
a
So listen here about the minimum wage, right? Here's what happens with minimum wage. They say, okay, minimum wage is $10 an hour. Like, so right now, let's say the minimum wage is $5, right? I'm in the state of Maryland, so they want 15 an hour. They've raised it to 15. Right now, it's like 12 or some shit, right? What happens is they raise it to 15. Not every person, and right now it's 12. Next year they raise it to 15.
Small business can't compete.
Well, it's not even that, man. What happens is everybody making 12 now gets 15. Everybody making 15 walks in the next day and goes, hey, listen, I'm in management. These fuckheads that are not in management are making 12. We're making 12. We're making 15. I'm making 15. I want 20, right? It just literally drives all the wages up above that worker, right? And that's what happens. It's not immediate, but it'll take like 2 years. And then all of a sudden, it's just inflationary. So all of a sudden, everybody else makes more money. And then costs go up because you got to raise prices because you're paying people more. And then the minimum wage worker is back to square one because everything's more expensive 2 years later, right?
Or what if you're just a worker,
Ryan.
not even management? What if you're just a worker and everybody gets bumped up to 15? You have seniority. You think you deserve more than 15 too.
Yeah, if I have a seniority, I'm saying I want 20.
$10.99 burger deal is now $20.99.
Well, it's inflationary, right? The best way for workers to make more money is reduce the number of workers, right? I was a bricklayer. As a bricklayer, there were a shit ton of bricklayers.
Robot's gonna replace all y'all. You know that, right?
Okay. But the point is, when there's less bricklayers, I made more money, right? If there was a shitload of bricklayers walking across the border, I made less money. So if you limit the number of workers, the wages go up. If you introduce fuck tons from South America or offshore the jobs, wages go down.
Supply and demand.
That's it, right? So you got to limit the workers, man. And the fucking Republicans initially, and now the Democrats are introducing shit tons of workers to America, lower skilled workers, diluting the wages of workers in America. And it's bullshit. It sucks and it's disgusting. And I
the only
can't
thing
stand
you
it.
had to do was just offer training for these actual people. Like, okay, I live in a sanctuary state, Colorado, Denver metro area to be specific.
Yeah.
We have all of these programs for all of these people to show up, and we don't discriminate based on legal status or any of the other shit. You know who shows up for these programs? Asian and motherfucking Eastern Bloc whites and fucking Latinos.
Yeah, the new ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And guess who don't do a fucking thing?
People
who
who've been
born
here for a
blacks,
long
whites,
time, been
and Latinos.
indoctrinated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the people
then-
that have been here for a long time, they need to limit what they're paying them for not working.
You need to change the culture.
A little bit of
everybody
hunger.
wants to be stupid shit. They all want to be fucking YouTube stars or athletes, and it's like, dude, that's not even the real world.
Yeah.
Like, you live in the real world. What we need all these
that's why
electricians,
we
we need
gotta
all these
control this
tradesmen,
stuff
heavy
by
machine
household by
operators.
household
Why are
basis.
we not incentivizing people to get these jobs? Give them a bonus. Something. We need all these people. Why do we just immediately let the people, the corporations, automatically just go get workers from outside and bring them in?
Yeah.
You know, like, this was the whole thing. I didn't understand what the hell Trump was talking about. You talking about, because they can't do the work. And I was agreeing with Laura Ingram. I'm like, yeah, we did.
Oh,
it in
you
Brooklyn,
watched
too.
that?
That shit was crazy.
When we did
that shit was
the
crazy
highlights,
for him
like,
to say that.
those clips were
Man,
everywhere.
Crazy.
Yeah, but it's just like, we did it before. Why can't we just? Why are we still letting people get degrees in useless shit?
I can't believe
need all
that
these
either.
fields to be filled. Give them
I
incentives.
disagree with that. Listen, man.
I think we should give the degree for free if
anything
it's the
outside
field
of
you don't want to be in,
science-
but we need you to be in it. Give it to them for free. College, go ahead. We give scholarships away
Thing
all the
is,
time.
I
If
don't
we
think
need
there should be
500,000 of this,
bullshit
we'll give it
in
to you for
education.
free.
Jesus.
We give the degrees now. My niece, I mean, look, check this out. My niece comes in and says, "Hey, I'm switching my major from computer science." And I said, "Well, what are you going to switch to? Because you're taking out loans and things." And she said, "I'm switching to Native American Studies."
Oh, Jesus.
And I'm like, hold on a minute. I can't fucking believe the college that's all this money she's getting. By the way, a lot of it's federally funded. So the colleges are
I mean, but as a
incentivized.
woman, she's gonna get a job with that bullshit. Like, nobody would take a man seriously if they ever did some
Who
shit
the
like that.
fuck would hire? Look,
Why is that even a degree?
do I need an accounting? Like, we're looking for a good accountant. Oh, I got a Native American Studies degree. I'd say, get the fuck out of my goddamn office. There's no. I can't believe the college is offering that. That college, fucking college should be indicted. But these colleges have all these degrees like that because the federal government basically funds and subsidizes the shit out of these colleges. And that's why the colleges are very much vote to expand the government more. The issue is useless fucking degrees like that drive up the price.
Home ec in
Ryan,
school, I don't
first
understand
of
why that's
all-
still a thing.
Man, look.
Oh, you
Native
definitely want home ec in
Americans
school.
aren't really Native American. They're people immigrated over here from Asia, and they need to grow up. And get
There's no
over
jobs
it.
in Native American Studies other
Well,
than at the
let
reservation and the
me
Smithsonian.
let
Okay.
me interject. This is what America would not be able to stomach, and as many people here may know, if you probably the only like extreme right wing position I hold would be on education. I agree. You know what? If we need electrical engineers, how about let's just, you know what? You want to be an electrical engineer and you've got the right test scores and show the right aptitudes for free.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool with that.
However, the other thing is that if this is something that my son and I talked about for years before he wound up going to college. I'm not gonna pay for it. If you have the ability to scholarship your way through, then you best be doing it in high school. If you have to take out a loan to get a degree, then you know what? You need to figure out how you're going to pay for it. The banks need to stop giving those loans.
I agree with that.
It's too easy
If
to
it's
be
bullshit
a C
education,
student.
then yeah.
But they're federally backed. They're federally
you're
backed.
a C student, if you're a C student coming out of high school, and hey, you did good enough to get into, I don't know, wherever it is you wind up going, and you're all of a sudden eligible to take out 20, 30,000 or more in loans, that should not be happening. C students should not be going to school.
I agree with that. I agree.
And a lot of I have a buddy of mine that I haven't talked to in a year or two now who lives over in Czechoslovakia. And the way they do it, he went, I think he became some sort of civil engineer or something. You had to test into it. They will pay for it, but you're not going to go to this college if you don't meet the minimum requirements.
Yeah.
So America, that's probably something that most Americans don't have the stomach for. Your little Johnny or your little Karen isn't smart enough to go to this school. She needs to go to trade school. She needs to learn how to do something that she would be good at doing. She does not need to go and major in marketing looking for a husband.
So
on a student loan.
Marketing.
So the banks loan the money because the federal government backs the money. So for the banks, there's no risk. The college, there's no risk.
How do you quit
we need to stop doing that.
Like there's a lot of countries all around the world that are investing into our universities, but they're also feeding these fucking ideologies too. And that's why you see these people come out of these schools and they're completely different people.
That's actually kind of different than where I'm going. I'm just saying having kids come out with $100,000 in college in a student loan debt is it's ridiculous.
Yeah. And fucking gender.
And one of the other things that I told my son, look, you come out of school and you owe, if any money, very little, you're going to be one step ahead because you're going to be using that money to save for a house
but Stanley,
rather than paying off student loans.
But look, I agree, but listen, what if the colleges themselves were part of the loan? So in other words, the college itself is offering a Native American Studies degree to a student. And then the college itself is going to say, okay, now you got to pay us back. The colleges are at that point.
That's kind of what
that's the way it should be. They wouldn't offer dumb degrees and shit that people never get jobs in.
Hey, listen.
The
to some
problem
extent,
is
I agree.
that the
If you offer a
government
bullshit
gives
degree and they
blank,
can't pay you back, that's
will
on
give
you as a
blank
college for offering
checks
shit.
to
There you go.
universities.
Yeah, but that's turning
universities,
something that,
and then wonder why the cost of education is through the roof. I mean, the government basically wrote blank checks to universities, right? I mean,
no, that's not right.
that is
like I was
right.
going to say, I think that students are not encouraged to put in the work ahead of time to get into, a college. If you're a C student, you should not be going to college. And if you want to go to college, if you get motivation post high school, then join the Army or the military, do the GI Bill, or you go and you work, save up the money to do it.
But there's no incentive for the college to not let people in. They're getting the money's coming from the government largely, or banks. They're not on the hook for the money.
Having gone through the process, and I might be a little spoiled, but like where I live, both Georgia Tech. Hold on, 12th man. Both state universities, both the flagship state universities in Georgia, are top 50 in the country. You better have a 1200 SAT just to go to the University of Georgia.
Exactly.
So they're getting mighty damn selective. And funny enough, if there's the Hope Scholarship here. If you make like really good grades, some of the smaller state schools like Kennesaw State, which is a good state school, by the way, they're saying, hey, look, you know what? If you made like you got like a Hope Scholarship, you made like a 3.5 or something, dude, we're gonna make it so easy for you to go to college here. You're gonna come out, with hardly any debt at all, but you got to have the grades. So if little Johnny's a C student, and this is where I say parenting comes in. A parent should be sitting these kids down going, hey, look, you're only a C student.
There's no risk for the college. They're going to let them in. My nephew got into fucking Towson University and he's retarded.
Ryan, I don't care about the college. I
He's
care
got the
about
brain of a
kid.
fucking chicken.
Okay, Ryan, I don't
He's a
know whether
moron.
you drank a V8 or what, but calm down.
Okay, sorry.
All I'm saying is that, in my opinion, parents are allowing these kids to go off and take out these massive loans instead of sitting them down and going, hey, you got a 2.0 coming out of high school. Why are you taking out $20,000 to go to this college? You need to be going and doing something where you don't have a whole bunch of debt. Too many mediocre students are being encouraged to go to college. The right has it correct on the type of student we're encouraging to go to college. If you're a C student coming out of high school, I don't know that you're college material.
Yeah.
Now, the risk is that you build institutions that are more elitist than they are now. You run the risk of having a new form of elite. And I think you could probably figure out how to avoid that, but that is a risk.
It is. But the price of college goes up because it's almost unlimited funding, right?
You want to concentrate on what I'm not talking about. Unless
I know, because I'm trying to prove supply and demand. Supply and demand, too much demand.
And I'm saying we need to deal with the demand side. Okay, we need to go, hey, look, you're
saying limit demand. I got you.
Yeah, I'm saying, and I don't know how bank loans work, how student loans work. But, if I were a lender and I looked at some kids' grades, I'm like, why are you even coming here asking?
The federal
for
government backs them. They don't even look at the grades now. They don't look at the grades.
Well, they really. And I'm saying
telling you, my nephew,
we need to start looking at grades. We need to start making grades matter. Part of the problem with grade inflation and all these issues we have is grades don't matter. If you're a C student and you can go to a decent college, those grades mean nothing.
My nephew got into
now. There's going to be exceptions to the rule. Like I had, there are going to be exceptions to the rule.
Lasagna.
Let me give you a story. Hold on one sec, Ryan. I had a buddy of mine that I went to high school with. Dude was smart, but he just kind of, he just didn't care that much about grades. Well, he killed the SAT, but dude only had like a 2.0 grade point average. So what he wound up doing? He wound up going to into the Navy, into the nuclear program. It was a perfect fit for him. You got to be smart to be like a nuclear, engineer or nuclear, tech. So it met his SAT style abilities. And then, hey, if you wise up and you decide, hey, I want to go to college, he's going to be saving for it. We need to find more college alternatives, and there are some, especially in Georgia, but parents need to be more involved in advising their kids on what they do after high school. And I don't have the comfort level that parents are as involved in these college decisions as they should be. I could be wrong, but I just don't get that feeling.
Uncle Fatty needs to come up to discuss economics with me at some point.
Hey, man, so I'm about to go into a bad area, man. So let me.
He's going wild. He's wild.
Well, as usual, Mr. President,
good talking to you, man.
I'm
Good
so
talking.
appreciative. You bring some good conversations with you.
He does.
So
I like him.
appreciate
He's a good man.
All right, cool.
He's a good man.
Thanks so much for having me on, man. And nice meeting everybody. Y'all have a really nice night.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Take
sir.
care, my friend.
All right.
Yeah, good input. Good input. See, this is good conversation.
I wanted to ask him. I wanted to ask him, and maybe he'll listen in the chat about the 40%. That 40% of girls, of young girls, wanting to leave the country.
Oh, Stan, I got one for you.
Sure.
That's a wild thing, by the way. These girls are insane.
My business partner Artie, his brother, we work for his father. His father's in construction too, but his brother works for his father, right? And he's been talking for the last few months about moving to Germany. And the reason why is because his woman wants to move to Germany because she wants to get out of the country because of Trump. So when you guys were talking about that, I was laughing about it. It's like, yeah, I know about that. I know one of them.
It's fucking wild.
Yeah, but you know,
my daughters look at me like they want to move out of the country.
The whole
as
family
well.
doesn't like his girlfriend.
Like, what the fuck are you talking
See,
about?
that's crazy. I mean, this again, I don't know how to encourage people, but America's gone through worse situations than Trump.
Look, man, go visit some other countries and then let's talk. Go visit Mexico,
go
fucking
visit
Germany, go work there, see what it's like. Well, and
we lived through Bush and 20 years in Iraq, and now everyone wants to leave.
Yeah, well, the thing is
Trump.
most of the destruction and the horribleness was happening in Iraq, not on the streets of Chicago. That's the difference.
Well, he's just talking about when the guys come back, you know.
Well, go to Germany and have a pipe break.
I kind of feel
$18,000
bad, but I take a longer view. Trump has a shelf life. He's 79 years old.
Yeah. I think it's just the times.
Oh,
the greatest times.
I think at least now, Uncle Fatty, I kind of take this from a Black American point of view. I think the history of Black America, we've seen worse. We've seen worse than chasing illegals around on the streets and catching them and deporting them. We have seen worse. So I when I say an American history perspective, I'm taking all that into account as well.
Even the
I don't even know why.
Back in the early 19th century, when you could be a free Black walking on the streets of New York City, and slave catchers would just randomly catch you and force you back down south into slavery.
But that's not illegals.
I'd say that's worse than
thing.
anything Trump has done so far.
I mean, the funny thing is, we're not even talking about illegals, not just immigrants.
The Fugitive Slave Act was an act of Congress. So we have seen.
Even talk about the mafia with that. You know, the mafia was a lot of immigrants, and the cops used to run down on them with the paddy wagons. You know, like people in the city aren't used to seeing that anymore.
All the laws that ICE is enforcing were passed by Congress. I mean,
there's some executive orders. There's some things that bypassed Congress. All these emergencies that Trump has declared. Yeah,
Okay.
you can say that those were laws, but Trump has abused a few of those laws passed by Congress. And Uncle Fatty, that's why I'm saying, I don't really mean to make a direct comparison, but when I say times have been worse in American history,
Well, Uncle Fatty keeps saying
I'm not really making a comparison. I'm just saying people need to gut it out. America has been through worse. No need to leave the country. Just hunker down and outlast, this current regime.
But see, Stanley, what happens is people on the left say immigrants, but it's illegal immigrants that are the issue, right? Which aren't a color or a race.
No,
or
I think there have been some exceptions. There have been some exceptions to
Ukrainians, Indians, and Chinese can be illegal.
Listen to what I'm saying. There have been plenty of exceptions. You had where you had temporary protected status revoked. They were here,
but that can be revoked.
Whatever it was got revoked. There are plenty of exceptions to what you're saying.
Ryan. So clarify this. We gave Somalians temporary protective status in 2011, and each year it's been renewed to 2024. Like, when the fuck is it going to be over? Right?
That's not what you were saying. You were saying it's only illegals, and my response is no, that's not true. There are plenty.
So the president revokes a temporary protective status.
Okay, all I'm saying, let's not debate whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. My only point is that it's not just illegal aliens. Okay, there's an example of an older Iranian immigrant who had legal status, but somehow or another she had committed some minor bullshit crime 20 years ago, and she came up and they tried to basically deport her. And luckily her husband and her neighbors were friends with their congressman, and the congressman had a leadership spot, so he was able to intercede and get her back home. But she was here legally, she was complying, but she had some bullshit misdemeanor. It wasn't even like a criminal offense, and she came up. She somehow or another she got flagged. She had kids, grandkids, had been here for decades.
So there was an investigation, and she was found innocent of the party,
They
or-
literally came. No, she wasn't found innocent. Her congressman had to get involved. And worse than that, the lady was in her garden gardening, and they fucking came in and they came.
So they made a
to her
mistake. Law
garden.
enforcement made a mistake, which they do regularly. Yeah, they made
They
a mistake.
came to the French Quarter of New Orleans. And
So
this
what is
old
so
lady-
how do we
this
get rid of
old
the
lady
illegals
is
that have come here?
flower
Like,
gardening, and they
should they-
dragged
can they-
her
should they
away
just
in
stay?
handcuffs.
They said over
Huh?
1,300 a day. So like 1 out of 1,300. I understand there's going to be mistakes.
There's going to be mistakes. And
Well, no,
the
this
thing
wasn't
is,
a mistake. This was not a mistake according to them. It's just they're really there's no one there adding sanity checks. Like, why would you arrest some old woman who's been here for decades for, like, it wasn't jaywalking, it wasn't as minor as that, but when I saw what she was arrested for decades ago, I was like, what? Why would they even bother? They're actual criminals. They need to be deported.
Stanley, you said to me one time, Trump is burning the building down, and it takes a long time to rebuild the building, right?
Right.
And that was a genius thing you said. And I would say this: what Biden did was burn the building down when it comes to
Of
immigration.
course, you're going to bring in Biden.
And
Bring up
rebuilding
Trump,
it
then
is
finish
a
with
problem.
Biden.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, like, you don't see where Biden burned the fucking building down and let 10 million people in here.
Okay, I understand that you think that. You and I just don't agree. I think number one, I don't think Biden. I think
This is
Biden
required at this point.
I think
What else you gonna
Biden
do?
made a miscalculation in misreading the mood of the country when it came to. Okay, 12th man, don't interrupt me again.
I know it wasn't a miscalculation.
Well, I will say it's a miscalculation. And as far as the building being burned down, and it takes a while to rebuild it, if there can be a silver lining, hopefully when they rebuild it better, more efficiently, or whatever.
And with a ballroom.
All is not lost. At least I hope. He still has 3+ years to go. But assuming the guardrails, just don't totally collapse, we'll survive Trump.
Yeah, we'll see. I think the immigration, none of them was run through the Department of Labor to look at wages. None of that shit. Total disaster.
Carter, Reagan.
Okay, well, none of them were anywhere near as destructive as Trump.
I think it all led up to voting for somebody like Trump.
There are people who literally say it started with Reagan, and I think that's a credible. I think that's a credible argument.
That's one, yeah. And then like both Bushes, Clinton, Obama.
Well, I was actually in the Navy at the tail end of Bush Senior. I didn't think he was a bad president.
You know what, Stan? And I heard that the surplus came from him with the Kuwait after the federal. He did an executive order 13303 when they went into that Desert Storm, and he did this executive order where the Federal Reserve could help prop up Kuwaiti's bank, and they put like $1 trillion into it. This was when it was like 25 cents to 10 cents a dollar, and then after the war it was $1 something each, for each one. So that was like 5 trillion, 6 trillion, like who knows how much. But like, and that they say that's where the surplus came from under Clinton. He just cashed some of that shit in.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you know, the way the presidency works, a lot of times the groundwork is laid the administration before. I will say one exception to that rule. Obama inherited a fucking burning building for sure. That shit, it was like, if I had been elected president, I might have just said no thanks.
Bush was horrible. People forget how bad Bush was. You know, like he was not a good president, and the only reason why he won is because he had everybody all fucking high on patriotism for fighting wars and shit.
Well, yeah, because he didn't remember it. It was basically the Supreme Court in 2000 that, you know, decided the presidency. In the second term, he actually won the popular vote. It was because of 9/11.
Yeah, it wasn't the him on the aircraft. They kept playing that one over and over again.
Oh yeah, dude, I watched that live. I watched that live where he flew in on the deck of on the deck of the carrier. He comes out with his helmet and his flight suit going, mission accomplished.
Remember all the news reporters riding in with everybody on the fucking tanks?
Yeah, I remember.
Like that's news loves that shit when war starts because they get the good shots. You know, that's all it's about for them. So I'm saying it's just been a game played back and forth since World War II. Since we won, we've just been playing a fucking game back and forth of good cop, bad cop with these parties. It's not.
Holy shit!
I
just found out. I just got a news flash that California revoked 17,000 commercial driver's licenses for immigrants.
Damn.
Holy cow!
17,000.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
Support your American
tired of traffic
truckers.
over there, bro.
Hope they arrested all of them.
They're
Throw 'em
legendary.
out of the country. Get rid of them.
Yeah, I don't know.
You get real ornery when you get drunk. I hope there are no immigrants living near you.
I live in Alaska.
I'm like, oh shit! What if he decides to go all
I'm the
vigilante?
immigrant here because
You're a lower
if I go
48er.
outside and a goddamn bear or something sees me, then who do you think's gonna be the immigrant then? Huh? The bear or the moose or me?
All depends. Are you armed?
Yeah.
That shotgun.
How'd you guess?
Mm-hmm. Heard about it.
Well,
I've heard you talk about
let's
it
have a
many
look at this. I was hoping Man of Tomorrow would stay for a bit, but I'll catch him up because we've got like several items of interest here that would be of interest to Manosphere and Manosphere adjacent people. This is an old clip that I just found, just popped in, called Black Wives Push Back on Their Husbands. They Expect More. And this is from the 1970s.
As a reporter for the Chicago Daily Defender, and as a Black woman married to a Black man, I become deeply aware of the effects of this new Black revolution on the relationship between Black man and Black woman.
Oh, wow.
I see it among my own friends, and I also see it in my home. But the most revealing and the most vocal statements about what the new Black man expects from the new Black woman came when I met with a group of young unmarried friends one Saturday afternoon.
I think that what's happening in America as far as Black men, Black women is concerned is that there's a revolution within a revolution. We are fighting our own woman. Our woman will not allow us to emerge as Black men. No, but our Black women.
Okay, so what I want to point out is that this stuff, this battle of the sexes in the Black community, the Black manosphere and all this, there is nothing new under the sun. And let's see. This is from the 1970s. So this is actually 1970. This is what 55 years ago.
I could
So
tell,
they were
Stanley,
talking about the new black man and what black women want and what
he
black
was
women
dressed
expect.
appropriately. That's how I could tell the year.
So this manosphere stuff has been going on for like 50 some years, and we still haven't resolved it. And my take on it is, you know what, we just need to stop and get along and stop bullshitting back and forth. Obviously it's never going to be resolved. You want to say something, John?
Battle of the sexes, man.
Well,
And
yeah,
then-
but what
Sorry.
surprises me is the words that they're using could literally be up on DJ Hamp's panel.
Yeah, it never.
Easily.
The talking points are always the same. I mean, now it's
Yeah.
different, but they just have. It's the same points, different reasons. You know what I
But
mean?
see, but why are they talking about the boomers, and why are they even talking generations when it apparently in the black community it's been happening? This manosphere stuff has been happening every generation.
I think they look at it like, oh, you guys had it so good, and why can't we? It's your fault.
And you know what? They would be absolutely wrong. Apparently, well, number one, when you start talking about boomers and all these generations, you're not necessarily talking about what happened in the black community. While we are a part of the American family, there's some forces that we don't necessarily get affected by, and vice versa. In making a one-to-one, just talking about the boomers did this and the boomers did that, to me it's ahistorical, it's imprecise. Talking about what
I
the
agree
boomers
with
did,
that, Stanley.
yeah, it's just not the same thing. I don't think society, we don't have the same social, economic, political, cultural. Culture may be the only thing that blacks actually have a lot of power in, but socio-economic, political, those forces don't affect us quite the same way. And I just find some of these points about the boomers and the Gen X and all that, it's hard for me to listen to, knowing anything about American history. But this clip, what women expect, or when black wives push back on their husbands, totally fascinating. It could be today.
Who has been put in this role of aiding white America, white structure, and castrating the black male has continued doing this. She cannot live with us. It's not that we can't live with her.
Are you blaming us? Are you saying that it's our fault that this happened?
No, I'm not blaming black America women. I just said that I'm blaming the system. They are victims of the system like the black male.
Well, why do you say that we are castrating you? You say that you want to be the leaders. Okay. Well, what about the black professional woman? Are you saying that there should be no black professional woman? Are you trying to deny black women the right to be creative, the right to function?
We go.
We're not asking for you to take a back seat. We're saying that.
Wait, is this DJ Hamp's show?
This was the
Is this
beginning.
DJ Hamp?
This was
DJ
the beginning
Hamp's
of their
great
argument.
grandfather. It's DJ Hamp's grandfather.
Yeah, this was the beginning of that whole mindset. I think, like why it started the way it is now. For the working woman, because she wants her man to make more money than her, and if she's getting a better job than the man, because men are the ones who do the basic work, the unskilled labor. I mean, besides like maids and stuff like that, but for most part, men do the lower skilled labor. But it's like a lot of men don't want to be a billionaire, and they don't have those type of dreams. They're simple.
But
They just
what
wanna have
people
a family
don't
and
understand
house,
I don't think it's possible to be a billionaire in a family, man. I don't think the two.
I don't think so either. Yeah. I was talking to a friend about that the other day. I'm like, yeah, to be that rich, that's your life, is your job, is whatever you're doing. You know, that's your dedication to that, and everybody else.
I know at least one C-level suite guy, and I used to work for him. He had a company that got bought by Ticketmaster. And eventually he wound up literally being like their chief technology officer or something like that. He was a C-level guy, and he was living a bi-coastal life. He would spend a week in California, fly back to Virginia. And basically, once his son graduated from college, he'd been married for decades, you know, like 20, 30 years. We met some younger chick out in California, and you know what? There went the divorce, and dude was bi-coastal, C-suite, working all the time, never home because he was on the West Coast doing corporate stuff. He had a whole separate life out there.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that, yeah, the dude will be rich. Dude was a C-level dude, chief something or another for a Fortune 500 company. However, family man, that kind of went by the wayside because he was never home with his family.
It's that Bill Burr joke where he was like, you know, like nobody, he's like people judging celebrities like Arnold because he fucked up. And he's like, it's like, dude, who the fuck are you? What was the biggest tempt you've ever had from a woman? You know, like these are some of the most powerful people in the world. And he's like, yeah, sometimes they're gonna fuck around and slip up, you know. He's like, it's different when nobody, you know, wants to when nobody wants you to suck your dick. We want everybody, all the women to suck our dicks. He's like, but they just won't do it. He's like, but when all of a sudden you have all this money and a woman's like, yeah, I'll do it, I'll suck it, I'll do it, I'll suck it, everything changes, you know. And a lot of men, like, they don't really, it's a selfish mindset. Like, they don't really care about the family and shit like that. They're just more about, you know, I'm living in my moment. And I think that's,
but you know what though? You actually take me back to something. You take me back to this. This is Ruthless Truth. I know of him mainly through Nightish's channel. And dude is like anti-woman. He's the most anti-woman. he makes the manosphere look like Romeo, a bunch of Romeos. But the title of his show here is Offset and Cardi B give us a look at why marriage doesn't work. Steph Curry and Aisha Curry all bad. Well, he's not talking to an audience of Offsets and Cardi B's or Steph or Aisha Curry. Why are we drawing any parallels to our day-to-day lives to their lives? They're almost on a different planet. Their marriages are under different pressures and forces than your normal, you know, Stanley and Deanna. They're not like us, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Why are we even looking at their marriages? Nothing like what we go through.
There's like the judge, you know, like you want to judge people that are living better lives and you like, see, it doesn't matter, but like they're not paying attention. Like, yeah, it doesn't matter. So why are you idolizing them? Why are you trying?
It kind of does matter. You're never gonna, well, like Bill Burr was saying, you're never gonna have, you know, when you're, dude, could you, dude, if I were 24 and single, man, I would love to be an NBA basketball player. Dude, all kinds of women throwing themselves in different cities. Shit. It's got to be a dream.
Every celebrity, every beautiful woman you've seen, like they've slept with a basketball player, you know, like they're with celebrities, like, you know, any woman you've seen at a basketball game has been sleeping with basketball players if she's beautiful. Like
and you know, I would never dare, you know, compare myself. When I was in college, they were remodeling the athletics dorm. It was McWhorter Hall at the University of Georgia. So they moved a bunch of athletes out to other dorms, you know, while they were doing renovations. So I had like a third string running back living next door to me. Now this motherfucker is third string. Dude had like fancy stereo equipment. He had all these things that the boosters had bought him. Now, he didn't have the most beautiful women in and out of his dorm, but they were definitely women that, you know, if he had decided, hey, you want one? I would have said, sure thing. Dude, he's third string and he's got women every fucking night. Dude. So I can only imagine what the first string gets.
You never know, man. It's always stories to tell for later.
Yeah, and I don't know. I guess I might as well wrap this up.
I get out of here. The dog's barking. I got to let him out.
Yeah, I want to encourage everybody to look at Soul Provider speaks of the I'll say it, the niggaverse. He's doing a show that's really intriguing. He's doing some sort of like internet show, or maybe it's a pre-show, but he's put out a bunch of posts, you know, having people vote on, you know, different categories, like, you know, of these 4 internet content creators, which one is the most, you know, whatever, you know, who is the female internet content creator in our sector that you would want to have kids with, you know, that sort of thing. So, yeah, you know what? It was I don't know that it was 1 million. It was more like 1,000 or something like that.
Something like that, like 3,000. Yeah.
I don't even know why.
I know that. Yeah.
Why would it couldn't be me. You know, I understand the urge, but that's a lot of.
You're talking like 2-3 women at a time.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
No. That's crazy.
Hey, nice work if you can get it, but I don't want to work that hard, to be honest.
That's what I'm saying.
That's some hard
for
work.
a few times, and after that, you're just like, yeah, I need a break. Jesus. 3,000 years.
I need a little bit of time in this monastery.
Yeah, need some time for myself. I gotta get out of here, Stan. It's a pleasure having me.
All right. Well, it's good having you. Oh, by the way, we'll be around probably around 1 or 1:30 tomorrow. It is starting the weekend, so everybody meet on back here around 1 or 1:30, and we will see where we go from there. I haven't thought of a Saturday show. I thought I had a topic, but I have to remember what it was. But there will be a Saturday show, and I guess I'll have a better idea of what it's about tomorrow.
Yeah, I usually listen to them every day. So,
yep. Well, I know everybody's busy, and it's a weird time of the day, but it seems to work. You know, somehow this 1 to whenever slot.
Yeah,
more people seem to be able to get to it and interact. So, you know, and it's better for me. You know, I get more sleep. So it's good all the way around.
What's up?
So, folks, I will see everybody tomorrow. John and the gang. Uncle Fatty, good seeing you. I haven't seen you on Political Punk's chat lately. So maybe I just missed you. But anyway, everybody have a good night. See y'all tomorrow.
Welcome to the Whoop-De-Wop. The Whoop-De-Wop is a name. The Whoop-De-Wop is a place. The Whoop-De-Wop is a thing. The Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, hand me the Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, you got some money? We going to the Whoop.